p.m. in the city of Sonoma for most of us. I'll go ahead and call it to order and have the Pledge of Allegiance be read. Bring up the flag, please. Rebecca, Latanya, can we bring up the flag?
There must be an issue.
There it
There
is.
it goes.
All right.
Apparently there's an issue with her screen. There it goes.
There we go.
Hey.
There we go.
Is the flag not showing?
Yes.
Because I'm showing it's sharing.
Yes.
Yep, stars and stripes are flying. Let's go ahead and pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, doing wonderful. Cool. Great. So we are participating in an official meeting of the Sonoma City Council. This is a regular meeting, and we are participating it via Zoom through the executive order of Gavin Newsom that allows for virtual meetings during this COVID-19 crisis. Just a few things to note. Everybody here is participating from their home and or office. These are their personal spaces, and they do reserve the right to turn off their camera at any time. They will stay and be listening to the meeting, and if they do leave the room, they will let us know, and we will note that in the meeting notes. So if somebody's camera turns off, that's why, and we accept it. I myself have roommates, other people have kids, and so all that kind of stuff can be disruptive, and it's acceptable for people to mute their microphones, turn off their cameras. Public comment will participate in two different ways. One, you may submit a written public comment, which we will read. Written public comments will start from now, the beginning of the meeting, until the close of public comment for the item that is stated. So we're going to have a regular public comment session here in a little bit. And so if you submitted just general public comment, you're welcome to do that from beginning of the meeting until the end of that general public comment. Each agenda item will additionally have a public comment period in that way. In addition, we have made allowances for speaking public comment as well, so we can have verbal voice public comment. At the time that a agenda item comes up and public comment is opened, please raise your hand. Don't do it physically because we cannot see you, but do it on Zoom. So raise your hand that way. When you're acknowledged by the mayor, it'll work very much the same way as if you were in the room. You have 3 minutes to speak, and we will hear you. That's about it, I think. Please keep your comments kind and respectful. If we have had instances in other cities where there have been what we call Zoom bombing, a number of people have come in and said something uncouth. If that does happen, we will shut down the meeting and pause it for that time. The meeting will be considered paused at that moment. No further action will be taken, and we will try to restart and regroup the meeting. If that is impossible to do, then we will cancel. We'll shut down the meeting at that point and reschedule for a later date. If you are on the phone and not jumping in through Zoom, you can raise your hand by typing *9, right? *9. All right, great. And I appreciate the work of Rebecca Barr, Tanya, for putting that together, allowing verbal public comment to work together. We've got a great team here, and we're doing everything that we can to make this work. And Jeff for his advice on how to do everything legally. So yes, great. We'll move on and go to the roll call vote. Rebecca Barr. Or roll call attendance. And it still says Edwards on that, and I've been on council since December.
It's because it's not on the regular one. It's on only
it's on my annotated. Okay.
I'm sorry, Logan. I will go and figure out how to fix that template as well.
Thank you.
So the That means that is a different, well, I'm going to go this way for right now. Councilmember Harrington,
Present.
Councilmember Agamonte,
Here.
Councilmember Cook,
Here.
Vice Mayor Hunley,
Here.
Mayor Harvey.
Present.
Thank you.
Great. Report on closed session. We had no closed session. And at this, and we'll go ahead and move on to approval of the agenda. So if anybody would like to, don't we normally, it says here that we do change to the agenda, but don't we normally do that during consent calendar?
Typically, the council has been able to change it here as well, and then at the consent they can pull.
So can we get an approval of the agenda, or if anybody has proposals for any changes, please make them.
I would like to change the order of the agenda.
What would you like to change?
I would like to put the police contract before the motion for reconsideration.
Okay. Do we need a
I'm gonna
motion for that?
suggest that we move up the reconsideration because it seems that there are many people here for public comment for that, but I'll do my suggestion.
Mayor Harvey, members of council, the only I did have, there are a couple of staff from the sheriff's office that I believe are going to be on the call, on the meeting in case there were questions, and they are not on yet. So we would just need to kind of look a little bit to maybe in terms of the order so that they are present.
Okay, then maybe we'll just leave it as is.
Well, my thinking about it is we've heard quite a few arguments on the bicycle lane issue, and the police contract is novel to everyone except for David and myself who are on the subcommittee. And it's fairly detailed, and it has a huge impact on our budget in terms of what can go forward and also on cuts to public safety. And so in terms of pure freshness on a Zoom call, which can be, I find, very mentally exhausting, my preference is to talk about detailed financial matters in advance of a issue, which we have already had robust discussion about, but that was my thinking. So I made a motion to change the order of the agenda to hear the police contract before the bike lanes.
Do we have a second?
What the heck? Second.
All right.
Madeline.
Roll call
No,
vote.
committed.
Councilmember Harrington, Councilmember Agramonte,
Aye.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hunley,
No.
and Mayor Harvey.
Aye, that's fine.
Okay, motion carries 4-1.
Thank you.
All right.
Just Mayor Harvey, while we're doing public comment, I will do a quick text to see if we can get the other folks on. So thank you.
Okay. Great. Moving on to consent calendar or meeting dedications. I apologize. No, we got public comment. So we go public comment. All right. So at this time, members of the public may comment on any item not appearing on the agenda. It is recommended that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. Under state law, unless otherwise permitted under the Ralph M. Brown Act, the merits of the matters presented under the item cannot be discussed or acted upon by City Council at this time. For items appearing on the agenda, please wait until the item comes up for council consideration. Raise your virtual hand, and it looks like Matt has already got it down. If you would like to be unmuted and begin by stating and spelling your name. So we've got public comment is open, and we'll start with Matt Metzler.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. I don't know how this works. Webinar is different than Zoom meeting. I just wanted to say, I wanted to thank everyone, all the city council members, and especially the city manager, Kathy, and the city staff, Rebecca and Latanya. I really appreciate you guys are doing a great job of making things accessible to the public. And I'm just really just wanted to thank you. I'm very impressed with what a good job you've done of keeping the city business going by Zoom and in these difficult times. So thank you from the public.
Thank you, Matt. Any other members of the public would like to comment on an item not appearing on the agenda? Seeing none, we will continue on.
Mayor Harvey?
Yeah.
You had
Oh, we have Ray.
Laura Havlet raised her hand.
Oh, there we go. Good. Laura Havlet.
Laura, you can begin speaking.
She's muted.
Still muted. You may need to unmute her, or she may. There we go. Oh, it was off. Now it's on. It's off. Go.
Thank you. Sorry. I just wanted to thank everyone, both on the city council and in the city, for working so hard to evolve so fast. I spoke with Rebecca earlier about everyone, all of us trying to juggle the stuff that was regularly our day job and a whole bunch of new things that are suddenly now all of our day jobs. And we're really grateful of that, and working so hard to evolve so fast for public participation. That's really appreciated by everyone.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you all.
Anyone else who would like to comment? Give it another second. Sometimes it's hard for people to figure it out. Matt's got his hand up again, but no double dipping. And it's down. And I will go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to council. We didn't have any written, right?
No written general comments.
Great. Okay, so on the consent calendar, all items listed on the consent, meeting dedications. I apologize, Madeline. Madeline, you did have some meeting dedications?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to dedicate this evening's meeting to Renee Therese Ruggieri, who passed away May 6th in Sonoma from complications of a stroke. She was born October 29, 1958 to Lou and Peter Ruggieri. She graduated from Sonoma Valley High School in 1976 and attended Santa Rosa Junior College. She had a long career in banking. She started at Crocker Bank when she was 16 and moved to working for Sonoma Valley Bank for 17 years. She was, I think she was probably a Renaissance lady, I found out here. Renee loved antiques and collectibles, was gifted with a beautiful operatic voice, singing voice, and had talent for calligraphy and art. She loved horses, movies, and caramel lattes. She often shared her crafts and items from her collections. Renee is survived by her sisters, Patricia L. Smith, her husband John, Peggy Bromley, her husband Bruce, Eileen Ruggieri Cochia, her husband Syl. And I thought she will be interned at St. Francis Solano Cemetery in Sonoma. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madeline. I appreciate your dedication to the meeting dedications. It's always really nice. Appreciate it. And so
did we ever dedicate a meeting to Earl Broderick? I don't think we did. I think it sort of happened with all this swept in, and I'd like to also dedicate the meeting to Earl Broderick, who's our, a local hero, and his family.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you.
right.
Awesome. And I actually have one as well. Yeah, I would like to dedicate a meeting to John Zarambinski, local man, owned a jewelry shop in the city of Sonoma for a long period of time, and recently passed away. He was living in Thailand, and I know his son, and great guy, great son, and just dedicate the meeting to him as well. So, there we go. Okay. Moving on, consent calendar. All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and acted upon by a single motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of council, staff, or the public request specific items to be removed for separate action. At this time, the council may change the order to the agenda. We can do it again.
Pull item 4.3.
Item 4.3 will be pulled. Great. Do we have public comment on items other? Do we have council comment or questions on items 4.3 or items 4.1, 4.2, or 4.4? No? Okay, we'll bring it out for public comment on items 4.1, 4.2, and 4.4. Leave it a little bit of time. Seeing those hands raised, I'll bring it back to council. Do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar accepting item 4.3?
motion to approve 4.1, 4.2, and 4.4.
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte,
Aye.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Henley,
Aye.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
All right. On to item 4.3, expenditure reports for the month of January 2020, February 2020, March 2020, and April 2020. Assistant City Manager. Or should I turn to you, Kathy? Oh, Sue is here. Good.
Yes, so the item before, these are our monthly expenditure reports. We had planned on bringing a number of these in early March with part of the mid-year, and then with the pandemic, things got backed up. So bringing them forward at this point. I do want to apologize. One thing, the council, typically there is a line that has a better description, and that was left off these reports, and we will make sure we do that going forward. So happy to answer any questions of Councilmember Harrington.
So the staff did provide before the meeting basically the check memo for these checks, and I just was wondering, like on the item DUDEC, which is item invoice number 201-98330, the check memo information says it was for Parkview Senior Living Project professional consulting services. The total is $10,922.50, and I'm wondering about that. And then below it, that's entry 3659. And then below it, entry 3665 for Mo Engineering. There's a variety of services related to Mockingbird and Altamira and other Olivia Apartments and other developments. And I'm wondering, what are these services, and are these things the city should be paying for, or is this the responsibility of a developer? Just kind of some info on that.
So DUDEC, I believe, is a planning consulting firm, and if David Storr is on, he might be able to add more detail, but they were doing work on what we used to call the First Treaties project. And so I believe this would be for consulting related to that project that then the developer reimburses us for. Mo Engineering is a consulting firm that we brought on to help process the development engineering projects for the public works side of the house. So when there are private developments, whether that is infrastructure issues or different things that are that there's costs and analysis that are related to processing, whether it's a housing development or a commercial development, and then we take a deposit and we charge against these. And then public works, so these are charges that go back out to the developer and are paid by the developer.
Just because I noticed the total, like for Mo Engineering, is $134,000. And so I think I asked at the last meeting, could we get a list to show who is current with their payments and what is owed to us, but we haven't seen that yet. Is there a timeline for doing that? Because I'm curious, just given our financial crisis, are people current on their bills, or are these things that we're paying for and we need to start some?
Yeah, so we have been compiling that, and we'll be able to get that back to council by the end of the week. So, thank you.
Thanks. That's all my questions.
Any other questions for council? All right, I'll go ahead and bring this up for public comment. Seeing no one rise for public comment or raise their hand anyway, I'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to council. Do I have a motion to approve?
So I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. Amy, could you remind me which number it was 4.3, right?
Yeah.
What month?
Oh, what do you mean? Oh, which checks am I talking about?
Yes.
If you look at the, it is check 3. Oh, I'm looking at the email from Sue Casey that had the detail on it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Notes. Hold on. No, it's the one for DUDEC, DUDEK, and the other one is for Mo Engineering.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That's it, Mr. Mayor. I'm good.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and
I
maybe
do have-
just looking, if I can just add one other piece of information, I think, again, just as a reminder to council and community, the way the public works operation, we have one registered civil engineer, and that's our public works director. And so we use two primary consultants, GHD and then Mo Engineering, to help process both, whether it's capital projects or here in the development engineering. So anyway, just a little bit of background about the why on that.
But we're supposed to bill that time, whether it's our staff or consultant, back to the individual project,
Correct.
is, right?
Correct. Yeah, I'm just, in terms of some cities have 3 or 4 engineers that have an ability to do this in-house. It's not, again, as development goes up and down, we contract it out, the developer pays for it, and we're able to stay smaller and thinner that way.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve 4.3.
Second,
All right, roll call vote.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte,
aye.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Henley,
Aye.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
All right, on to item 5.1, public hearing to continue to June 15th, 2020, consideration, discussion, and possible action on 3 permanent use sites for Verizon small cell facilities. Go ahead, Kathy.
So council, as you're aware, this was going to be coming forward to the state. There was both in the world of kind of the virtual world we're in, a desire for additional time and a request from some of the local appellants for additional time. We decided this was going to be an important community conversation and one that we wanted to make sure that we were able to take verbal comment on and have some practice. So we pushed this meeting from today, which it had been advertised for, to June 15th. And this will be for the 3 commercial Verizon sites, small cell facilities. And so the request is to basically continue this public hearing to June 15th.
Great. Do you have questions of council? No. Bring it out for public comment on the only on moving the item to June 15th. Anybody rising for public comment on this? I'm seeing none. Did we have any written comments on this?
No written comments, Mayor.
Okay.
Actually, we did have one, Mayor Harvey, with your permission. It was received in between the time that I have to drive into the meeting, so I'm not able to upload it to the public comment yet. If, with your permission, I think we might want to read that since it was received in that time period and you guys did not receive it yet.
Yep, that's fine.
I'm sorry, Rebecca, that's the one from Laura Havlick, right?
I believe it's from Lynn Marie DeVincent.
Lynn Marie, okay. To Mayor Harvey, council members, and staff, thank you for this opportunity to comment on Agenda 5.1, continuation of appeals of 3 use permits for Verizon small cell facilities. As the spokesperson for the citizens group Sonoma Neighbors for Safe Tech, I would like to add our support to continuing the appeals hearing to June 15th. We appreciate the additional time to work with our attorney on the documentation of our appeal. We would prefer that this hearing be continued to an even later date when the meeting would allow for the public to attend in person. A hearing of this significance should not be compromised when we are all under limitations of a quarantine due to a pandemic. We thank City Manager Capriola for requesting that Verizon postpone to September. It is unfortunate that Verizon is not willing to wait a little longer for an open public hearing. Thank you, Lynn Marie DeVincent.
Thank you, Lynn Marie. All right. Do we have a motion to approve, or are there any council comments? Motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Harrington. Councilmember Agramonte.
Yes?
Councilmember Cook.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hunley.
Aye.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Great. All right. On to item 5.2. Consider and possibly introduce and adopt an urgency ordinance of the city of Sonoma, adopting reference. Yeah, let's just stop there. I don't want to read this whole thing. I'm going to turn this over to Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor.
It's a lot in there.
The matter before the council tonight is the consideration of the adoption of an urgency ordinance that imposes a moratorium on evictions, both residential and commercial. In addition, it imposes a moratorium on evictions that might result from foreclosure that may be initiated because of the failure to pay rent due to the loss of job or substantial loss of income, or incurring substantial medical costs, all due to the COVID-19 virus. This was before you 2 weeks ago, and at that time there was a direction by the council to include the foreclosure protection provisions, which had now been included. Before we continue further, I wanted to explain an issue that has arisen, and that is the issue of conflict of interest. 3 of you are tenants renting your residential properties, and 2 of you are homeowners. And you may be affected by the operative effect of this ordinance. If you sustain and or suffer substantial loss of income and or the incurring of substantial medical bills due to COVID-19 reasons. Thus, you have 2 options. There is a provision of the regulations that are promulgated by the FPPC that provides that even though there may be a conflict on the part of a council member, the council member can, however, continue to participate in decision-making if the decision, and I'm now quoting from the FPPC regulation, is made pursuant to an official proclamation of a state of emergency when required to mitigate against the effects directly arising out of the emergency, and there is no unique effect on the official's interest. That essentially means that if this decision that's before you tonight came as a result of a declaration or proclamation of a state of emergency, and it would have no effect on your individual property or income interests, it's different than its general effect on the other persons who would be benefited by it in the city of Sonoma, then you can participate. The problem we have here is that there was not sufficient time to get some sort of advice or ruling from the FPPC. I actually sought that advice, and I was told that since I did not get formal authorization from each one of you to ask for it, that they were not going to provide it to me, they being the FPPC. It's always best to have the FPPC's advice when you're acting in the context of a potential conflict of interest, because my advice will not protect you from later enforcement proceedings brought by the FPPC if somebody files a complaint against you. So there's a safer course of action to take, and that safer course of action is to declare your conflict or potential conflict. And if all of you so declare, or at least as to those who do declare, if there's more than one of you who declares a conflict, that means there would be insufficient numbers of council members to act on this matter at all, because it requires 4 votes. It's an urgency ordinance requiring a 4/5 vote. Since 5 of you are here, that requires 4 of you to vote. We would have to restore those who have been disqualified, sufficient such that we have 4 council members participating. The way this is handled, it's called the rule of necessity, is that those who disqualify themselves, their names would be placed in a receptacle or a hat, if you will. Rebecca would, without looking into the hat, would pull out names. And there she was just dropping the names. You can see she's typed them or written them on separate pieces of paper. And the 4 names that would be drawn out of the hat would then participate. The 5th person whose name would not be drawn out would have to click off and stop the video. They could certainly listen. And if they wish to comment during public comment, they could comment based upon the effect this ordinance might have on their interests that caused the conflict. But only the 4 whose names would be drawn would be participating and then ultimately voting. It would require all 4 persons, all 4 council members whose names were pulled out of the hat to vote in favor of the ordinance in order for it to be adopted. So you have before you a choice. You can choose to rely on the FPPC regulation I quoted, or you can declare a conflict and step aside, and your names would be placed, as I said before, in the proverbial hat that's currently in Rebecca's desk, and she would draw your names out. And those council members whose names were drawn, the 4 of you, would then participate in the decision.
Fun.
Yeah, lots of fun.
Okay, great. I guess I'll state my, should we all state our conflict of interest if we have them?
Yes, and then indicate what you'd like to do.
So I have a conflict of interest. I rent an apartment and I do have a family member. I do have a member of my family who has experienced job loss due to COVID-19. So as a result, I definitely fall. This eviction ordinance would definitely benefit me. So I'll recuse myself from the decision.
I just wanted to note, which I appreciate our city attorney's advice, and I agree that getting an FPPC letter is always the most solid way to go. But and stating that I'm in no way at all involved in advising our city, my understanding of the regulations is the state has specifically said that renters can vote on issues involving rental issues. Otherwise, in most places, renters would never be able to vote on rent-related issues. And the specific regulation that relates to renters, it's not just related to the financial interest that is our lease, it is interest resulting from our leasehold interest, which in this case, any deferral of rent or eviction postponement would be resulting from our leasehold interest. And so for me, I don't think that I don't want it to take the position that that is a conflict of interest, because I believe it is specifically allowed by state law. So I will be voting tonight.
I'll take the conflict of interest. I do rent, and I would rather not have a headline and do it the correct way for myself.
I guess I am a homeowner. I have a mortgage. I also have a office that I lease in town, so I could be affected. So there's my conflict. I guess the question for Jeff is, we still need 3 people to be able to vote. So even if one person doesn't recuse themselves, then the rules that you described still apply, correct?
Yes, let's see how many just declare a conflict and recuse themselves. So far, we have 3 with 1 declaring no conflict and interested in participating. So let's see what Madeline does, and then we can decide what we need to do.
Well, you and I talked the other day, and I don't know if I have a conflict, Jeff. I don't know from our discussion if you remember, but our conversation.
Yes, if in fact, for example, you or your husband suffered serious medical bills because of COVID-19, you couldn't make your mortgage payments, and you were foreclosed upon, and then the new owner decided to evict you because you were not paying your monthly amounts that were owed to the new owner, you would be protected under this ordinance from that eviction proceeding.
But we also have foreclosure protection in this.
It does have foreclosure protection. It's not foreclosure per se, it's the eviction that results from foreclosure.
Oh, okay.
So unless you can advise me otherwise, I don't think I would be affected.
I think you might, and I'd recommend that you recuse yourself, and we'll put your name in a hat.
All right, there I go. Hat time.
Yep.
Thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome.
Okay, great. So we only have 1 member of council who has declared they have no conflict. And 4 members who declared a conflict. So we got to put 4 names in the hat and draw 3.
Correct.
All right.
So I'm removing Vice Mayor Hunley.
She's not in the hat.
Right. Vice Mayor Hunley's name does not go in the hat. The other 4 names go in the hat. And you pick out 3. And if you can show a way that you're not looking when you pick them out, that'd be helpful.
No.
Taking the out.
All right.
No.
Okay, that's
Taking the
God, she's taking it out.
All right. Got that. Got it.
That's not a hat.
kind of hat.
All right, the first one is Hufflepuff.
Mayor Harvey.
Okay.
Councilmember Agramonte.
Oh, you made the cut, Madeline.
In the hat.
Sorry, they're sticking together.
All right, it's down to you and me, David.
Yeah.
Councilmember Cook.
Oh,
Sorry, Amy.
congratulations.
I'm hoping for a break.
The process here must be that Amy has to leave the Zoom chat.
She should, stop her video only, but she can listen.
Okay. Stop the video. Okay.
All right. With that, I'll introduce the item. The item, as I mentioned before, is the proposed introduction and adoption of an urgency ordinance that imposes an eviction moratorium for both commercial and residential tenants. The document that's before you tonight imposes the moratorium only through May 31. It's a fairly short period of time. It does that because the governor has issued an executive order authorizing cities and counties throughout the state to take this kind of action if they desire. And it's unclear in my view whether or not beyond the governor's executive order termination date, the council has the power to impose the moratorium without the benefit and protection of his executive order. It, however, does provide for a payback period of 180 days. The last iteration that came before you, it provided for a 60-day payback period, which was the same as the counties. And as you recall, the county ordinance, which in part you're adopting by virtue of this resolution, only applies to residential evictions and does provide for a 60-day payback period. This would provide for a 180-day payback period. So it's much longer. And I think more realistically sets out the parameters within which people who are adversely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic have an opportunity to generate the funds necessary to repay the rent that has been withheld. Recall that the governor has not, he's expressly stated that his executive order does not authorize non-payment, does not waive the obligation to pay rent. It just defers it essentially. He did not indicate, however, in his order by how many days the rent can be deferred. He left that to individual cities and counties to determine. Of the dozen or so other county and city ordinances of similar ilk, the longest payback period I discovered was 180 days. And the one that's before you tonight actually gives the renter 90 days to pay back. But if at the end of 90 days, the renter still is facing financial difficulties, the renter can document those difficulties and extend the payback period another 30 days up to 180 days total.
I'm sorry, Jeff, this is commercial or residential?
Both.
Okay, thank you.
Now, as a practical matter, as things stand right now, there cannot be any evictions of any kind in the state of California because, as we learned a couple of meetings ago, the Supreme Court of the United States, the Supreme Court of California has adopted a rule of court that prohibits clerks from issuing summons of any eviction proceeding initiated during the pandemic, except those evictions that are necessary to protect public health or safety. And that means that even if a landlord were to file, they're called unlawful detainers, an eviction action with the courts won't allow that eviction lawsuit to be served on the tenant. And that prohibition will last for 90 days past the end of the governor's proclamation of an emergency. And we have no way of knowing when that proclamation may end. It could be months and months before that ends. And then you add 90 days to that to be before a unlawful detainer action actually can be served on a tenant who has not paid rent. So the background here is that there's sufficient protection. I grant you the Supreme Court could change its mind and modify the rule. I don't think that will happen without plenty of advance notice. Between now and the end of this month, when the governor's executive order ends, I will be doing further research, collaborating with other city attorneys in the league to see what efforts are being made to extend the governor's order and to find out whether other cities and counties are willing to go beyond May 31 to impose and continue these eviction moratoria. As I mentioned before, there are a number of cities that have done that already. I'm probably a bit more conservative potentially than the attorneys that represent those communities. But in my view, we have a safety net here that's in place. And I am somewhat concerned about the council taking action that will allow tenants to withhold rent for extensive periods of time, and the economic ripple effect that might have on property owners and the like. And I'm concerned that the city then becomes a target for litigation as a result of that. So my recommendation would be to introduce and adopt the ordinance tonight. It requires 4 of you to vote in favor of that. If you do that, then the ordinance becomes effective tonight. It's immediately effective and will provide, as I mentioned before, the protections that I've earlier described.
So, Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead, Madeline. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Jeff, I know you've said this before. I just wanted to know, this doesn't mean, well, there's this period of time to pay back, but this doesn't mean never pay back. There has to be something. Okay, thank you.
Yes, it requires payback.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any idea how many cities in California so far have done something like this? I know the number changes constantly.
Yes, Vice Mayor Hundley, I do not know that. I'll track that down to see if they're keeping that number. I would be surprised because, as you say, it changes constantly. We know, for example, in Sonoma, no cities have, except for the city of Sonoma is about to move forward in that regard. In the county of Marin, no cities have, because they're relying on the county of Marin's ordinance. And I believe the same approach was taken in the county of San Mateo, but I'm not sure. So it's very varied from community to community.
Any other questions? No? Seeing none, go ahead and bring it out to the public for public comment. We got one comment so far. Tom Conlon, take it away.
You can speak now.
Tom Conlon? Can't hear you if you're talking. Tom, coming back in. Tom, is he muted?
Yeah,
He's muted right now.
I'm trying to unmute him now. It won't unmute.
I am too. It won't let me in either.
Go ahead, Rebecca. You can try.
Well, it won't let me unmute him either.
Oh, okay.
Tom, can he unmute himself?
He can try. He should be able to now.
Tom's been successful at SCTA meetings, so he knows how to do it.
Yep, there we go.
We get it?
He's unmuted.
Tom?
Well, there's also the step where you have to connect your audio, or the microphone doesn't show up.
Ground control to Major Tom.
Maybe you could send a message. Oh, internet connection.
Uh,
I don't know what we do in this instance. We have like a person standing before us at the council chambers wanting to speak but unable to.
I think you give him a short period of time, maybe another 15 seconds, and they can't straighten out the issues. We move on.
Tom says he will retract his question and move on. Although we're not taking chat. Chat doesn't exist, but I've divined that somehow. So we'll move on. Any other members of the public wanting to speak? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council. Comments?
Mayor Harvey, maybe just briefly, I just want to let council know, we are, depending on your direction tonight, we've done research and have got information kind of prepared to put information up on create a web page and access and resource information. So I want to thank Erica Jacobs, who's been doing some of that research. One of the other questions council had was about mediation or mediators. We have found a couple of organizations in the county that provide those services for folks. So we'll be putting that information also on the webpage. And we are still gathering information that you all can consider as part of budget of if you wanted to do some additional enhancement. We have inquiries out, but don't have any specifics at this point. So we'll bring that forward and you can consider that when you look in the next year's budget. But we will have information, and there are sources that are doing mediation for folks already that is free to individuals. So.
Thank you, Kathy. Questions or comments? Sorry, we're in the comment period. No?
I'll go.
Okay, go for it.
So it is, this is uncharted territory, and while I would be very surprised if the state emergency actually ended at the end of the month, my hope is that since there are a lot of cities getting into doing similar things, that the state will give more clarity as to, or at least gives cities some more certainty as this path that we're on. But I think that it is the right one to do because even though the crisis is hurting people from all angles, renters have had this, persistent instability that just doesn't come with owning your house. And so I think that our renters in Sonoma are already struggling because our rents are very high, and I'm afraid that we will lose, the few renters that we have left. So I think that that we should use the authorities that we have to do it. I'm certainly interested in seeing what the city attorney learns in the next few weeks, and then what the governor does. But this is a pretty long road ahead of us, and the mediation part is the most important to me because there's the sort of the immediate, when the moment comes, sort of stopping someone from being evicted in this very crazy time. But then even with that, they still have to pay their rent back when it's over. And so if it just gives people a little bit of time, and then we can connect people and work together and come out with a realistic plan, then I think that that would just be a benefit for both renters and landlords who maybe in many cases maybe they haven't actually really gotten to know each other very well or don't know how to talk to each other. So that's a very important part to me. And on the commercial eviction side, I haven't heard of any so far or any threatened, but I do think that as things start to reopen and we see what our economy is going to look like, that it does help give the commercial renter a little more leverage in staying where they are rather than just having to get pushed out. So these are all things that I think are necessary for the stability of our community, and I think they're good things. I recognize that everyone's getting affected and that even these things affect people, but I'm worried about people getting as soon as the emergency is over, getting kicked out of their apartments. So I will be supporting this today.
I'll go next, Mayor Harvey.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll be supporting this tonight, and I love the fact that commercial and residential are both protected. I look at it, it's a good way of hitting a pause button and see where this pandemic ends up, but I will be supporting.
Councilmember Agramonte?
Jeff, I like Mr. Cook, Councilmember Cook. I too would like to. I want to support this. What if somebody is self-employed and rents a room to do business? For example, hairdressers. This covers them as well.
It does.
Thank you.
Great. Extremely supportive of this tonight. I hope that the governor recognizes that the emergency lasts longer than July. And I think many of us are seeing it that way. We're starting to see businesses reopen, and they're reopening into an economy that is very uncertain. And they're going to see people are going to be coming back to work, especially in our area that are in hospitality. And you're going to see reduced patronage, reduced tips, and thus reduced wages. There's a number of people who are making more money on unemployment than they were working in our community. And that's going to be drastically shifted when they move back into work. And I think protecting them from eviction through this crisis until we've started to truly recover is really, really important. That's why also adding, providing more money for the rental assistance program that Fish runs is really crucial to me, as well as the food assistance program that's been going on in our valley to try to bolster other expenses that people have. And for our small businesses, my biggest fear coming out of this crisis is that the big guys win, as they always do. Retailers will be kicked out by Amazon, will be kicked out by Target, and these large businesses that can easily afford their rent, and our small local businesses will be in a much more difficult situation. They don't necessarily have the time to float. And so I think that providing these protections keeps people in their lease, in their location, keeps businesses protected, keeps renters protected. And I'm very glad that we were able to add foreclosure protection as well, because there's a lot of middle-class families that have been, purchased a very expensive home here in the city of Sonoma, and they deserve protection as well. And high burn rates are there too. And I expect this crisis to continue to move up the chain. And we've seen nationally 40% of workers making under $40,000 lose their jobs. And we're starting to see that move up into businesses and starting to see that move up into higher paid workers as well. So very glad the city of Sonoma has done this. We went beyond the county with both the foreclosure protection and the commercial protection, and I'm proud of the council for doing that. So happy to support. And if we have a motion.
So moved.
Oh, second.
Do I need to read the title of this one?
Yeah, I think let's do that this time, please.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to introduce and adopt an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Sonoma, adopting by reference the urgency ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Sonoma, establishing an affirmative defense to eviction arising from income loss or substantial medical expenses related to COVID-19, and establishing an affirmative defense to commercial evictions arising from income loss or substantial medical expenses related to COVID-19.
And second.
All right, roll call vote.
Councilmember Agramonte,
Aye.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Henley,
Aye.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 4-0-1-0.
Beautiful. All right, we'll move on to item number 6.1. No, we're moving on. Are we moving on to item 6.1? No, we're moving on to item
6.3.
6.3. Discussing consideration and possible action to approve a resolution approving a law enforcement services agreement between the City of Sonoma and the Sonoma County for the term July 1st through June 30th.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Harvey, members of the council. I'm going to provide just a brief overview of this item for you. So basically, the city has contracted since 2004 with Sonoma County Sheriff's Office to provide law enforcement services to the city. It has been 15 years of a successful contract overall and a partnership. About a year ago, it was time for us to kind of renew a contract, and with a variety of emergencies, we extended a year. And in the last year, the council appointed Councilmember Harrington and Councilmember Cook to be the council subcommittee to review the contract. I'm not sure the contract had been reviewed in detail in some time, so we did a very deep dive reviewing the contract and service level and police operations. And that was part of the work that was done over the last year. We definitely had a number of interruptions from the world of Kincaid Fire to PSPS to the most recent pandemic. But in front of you tonight is the law enforcement contract for you to review and take action on. So a few things that are in front of you, and just so you understand, there are some different pieces to this contract. So first, there is a 5-year contract, and that really, the contract lays out kind of the overview. And then there are 3 other pieces that are exhibits to the contract. There is Exhibit A, which is the service plan. I'll go through that in a minute. Exhibit B, which is kind of a cost estimate or the annual budget. And Exhibit C this year are proposed budget recommendations that are put forward by the subcommittee, and I support. So just the way typically what happens is there's a contract, and the contract might be anywhere from a 5-year to a 10-year. And it lays out overall how the services work, risk management, insurance, a whole variety of things. But there's no dollar limit or dollars within the contract, nor is there a description of what the service levels are. Every year there's a service plan that's put together, and it actually describes what are all the positions that are paid for in the contract, what do they do, what are services, what are performance objectives. All of that is laid out in the annual service plan, which then matches an annual budget. So, and then the budget is put forward every year by the sheriff's office. It is reviewed by city staff and then brought forward to council for review. So tonight, what we're going to be talking about is the contract, which is the overarching umbrella to be updated. But then we're also talking about the budget, and because of the timeliness and needing to make decisions on the city's budget and the contract, we're bringing these all forward together. So the budget for the police, for what I call our police contract, or this is for the direct services with the sheriff department for 1920, we're about 4.6 million. For 2021, the proposed budget that we received from the sheriff's office was 5.1 million. And that was about approximately a $520,000 increase, which was an 11% increase over the prior year. There are some kind of 3 key items that are kind of the cost drivers on that. One is just a multi-year contract the county put in place for deputy sheriff and some of the rest of their labor groups. As you know, coming out of the recession, some of these, there weren't agreements for some, or weren't money increases, and then folks catching up. It also is a very competitive time right now, but this is the net increase. It's about a 3.7% increase in wages for the Deputy Sheriff Association, which is one of the main costs, because again, any kind of police or fire or most city services, it is, we're in the people business. So it's paying for people. For the last, and Orlando, our police chief may remember the exact timing, but at least for 3 or 4 years, we have split the police chief salary with the county and the city, where 80% was paid for by the city and 20% was paid for by the county. And part of the role has been to have the police chief here provide some oversight and management and community outreach within the Valley. In talking with sheriff staff and in negotiations, the current sheriff believes that each contract city, of which there are 2, the town of Windsor and the city of Sonoma, really believe that communities that are contracting should have their own full-time police chief, and just philosophically believes that's important. So what that means is there is a cost shift to us in this next fiscal year of about $65,000. These are rough numbers that then get transferred back to the city. And the benefit is we will have a full-time, Chief Rodriguez would work full-time within the city going forward. There also is an increase in overhead costs. There has been a reduction, kind of a 5% reduction contract cities have had for some time. And that is a change that is being required by the Board of Supervisors. So these don't add up to the full 520, but these are some of the major cost increases in the budget. So in terms of, I think as we look at this $520,000 increase, even before we were facing the world of COVID-19 and a pandemic, this increase was going to be something difficult for us to absorb. In the world that we sit now and the decrease in revenues, again, we're looking at council, you'll be looking at 1920 budget adjustments at the end of this meeting, and we're looking at a $20 million budget, a $2.7 million loss in revenue that will need to be made up with reserves and budget cuts. And then next year, we're looking for anywhere, could be in the $4 million range of a $20 million budget. And so again, there is a need to, we cannot accept kind of these increases. There will need to be some reductions.
Can I ask a question here?
Yes.
With the police chief shift, I mean, Orlando's fairly embedded both directly inside of city limits and also in the Springs. And I think he provides a great service to both communities. I mean, how are we sure that the result of this shift of money is not going to be that he continues to spend time in the Springs, which I don't disagree with him doing. I think it's important, and I think he's developed good relationships there. But he continues to spend time servicing the entire valley, and we're just paying for it. And I question that. I think that's a really odd situation where it's going to be 100% shift to us. We have somebody who's providing value for the entire valley. We have a good situation where we're splitting it. It's appropriate. The valley and the city have always been connected deeply. We've always shared, especially police resources. We have each other's back on this. And now the sheriff's office is saying, no, this is going to be separated. I mean, who are they bringing in there? Are they going to be full-time for the valley? Are they going to be servicing out into Carneros and the rest of it? I mean, we're a little island in a large valley. This just seems a wholly inappropriate way to approach this.
So Mayor Harvey, this is, we've had these conversations both with sheriff's staff, and I communicated directly to the sheriff too. I just kind of some of the unique aspects, I think, of how the city and valley work. This was, we had a number of conversations, and this is kind of a point that was not negotiable. So I do think that we could have, Captain, if the other folks that are here with us tonight that have been negotiating is Captain Eddie Ingram with the county sheriffs, and obviously Orlando Rodriguez, our police chief. And then in addition, we have Connie Newton, who's their administrative services manager. So maybe we can—
I'd like to comment on it.
So just one thought, maybe before we kind of comment and question, I would maybe if I could go through the presentation and maybe we could just hold that question and come back to it, Mayor Harvey.
I want to, since you went into it, Kathy, I'd like to just respond. So I raised questions about it during the negotiations, and I was told basically that previously they were short-staffed, and so Sonoma pitched in and helped them by allowing our chief to work in the valley and in the city. And now that they're not short-staffed, they don't care to do that anymore, and they want to shift the cost back to us, even though we shared our chief with them for multiple years in order to help their staffing. And when we asked about it, we were told it was not negotiable, and that's how we're going to do it.
I just think there's such a public safety benefit to having those relationships built and to have those communities known, because we are truly one community, whether or not there's city limit lines or not. I just think this is really unfortunate and a very bad way for the sheriff's office to approach it. and I don't think it'll be followed either. I don't think it'll be followed because those relationships are built.
Well, I think we're going to have to be, I understand Mayor Harvey, and I think the Valley is a pretty unique place in terms of how we operate. I think it would be, it's a shame that kind of this piece of direction. I don't know, Captain Ingram, if you want to speak at all to this at this point.
Hi. Well, I think some of the statements made are inaccurate. The shift for the chief to 80-20 wasn't something to help the county. It was actually something to help the city. The people involved with the city at the time approached former Sheriff Freitas and asked for some sort of cost reduction. And that was that's what Sheriff Freitas came up with. As far as the 80-20, the contract's been in place since 2004. Only 2 to 3 of those years of, going on 15 years, has there been an 80-20 split of the chief's salary. As far as the question is how do you know whether Chief Rodriguez will be wholly in the city or partially in the county? I think that's really at the direction of the city manager, who in the city of Sonoma is the person who's in charge. That's Chief Rodriguez's boss. And if the direction from the city manager is that Orlando doesn't go out into the valley, or he does go out into the valley, that's really at the discretion of the city manager. As far as who will be in charge of the Valley substation, it will revert to the way that it was before, and which quite frankly happens at our Guerneville substation, where there is a watch commander who oversees the Valley substation and the deputies therein.
I just think, we talk a lot about community policing and the importance of that. And I think that Chief Orlando does a great job of it. But I think when we're separating our services by 2 communities, I mean, this is what this says. It says your chief is only yours and they don't go into the Valley, and we're not going to share that. And I just think that it's really from a standpoint of community building and public safety, I think it's really unfortunate. And I don't see why this move is being made. It doesn't make sense to me. And I don't really think it's appropriate. I think it provides worse service to the Valley if we choose to push it that way. And I think that in turn provides worse service to the city of Sonoma because we have a police chief that doesn't have those connections that are important. I mean, it's a fluidity that happens between people that come in here to work and people that go there to live, and people that go from here down to the Valley or out in the Carneros to buy services or go to eat or whatever. So I really think it is one community, and I think having a police chief that had that connection is a way better way to serve the community. I think it's really unfortunate that the sheriffs has chosen to take such a hard line on this, and I think it's going to result in worse service for both the city and the Valley. Frankly, I think Orlando does a great job, and I really honor him and his community policing style. And I think that he has great connections down there, and I don't want him to shut that off immediately. But that's what the sheriff's office is asking us to do. So they're telling us.
And I know this is presentation time, but I think this is a really important point. Like there is an invisible line that separates us from the Valley. Like we are one metropolitan community, and it made perfect sense that we would share a police chief, because the issues that we have are the issues that the Valley has, and the issue that the Valley has, the issues that we have. And it does not make any sense to pretend like they're 2 separate things when we have always been one large community with a city that happens to sit in the middle of it.
Yeah. If we have a large service call up here, there's an officer that's in the Valley, they're going to come up here. And if they have a large service call down there, the same thing is going to happen. It's ridiculous.
I would just say, we expressed similar concerns, and we were told basically, if you don't like the sheriff, get your own police. So it was a very tough negotiation. It was not a give and take. And when we get back into the decreases in services we're going to see for the exact same price, I think you'll have a clear understanding of just difficulties we faced. Not a single reduction in cost was offered, and an 11% increase was put forward. And the only choices we were given were reduction in service to our community and increasing the cost of our chief and decreasing the connection with the valley. So I am incredibly disappointed with the way this negotiation was handled, not by us, but just, basically it was take it or leave it. If you don't like it, figure it out yourself. And that, if you look at this in the middle of our largest financial crisis that any person who's alive today has ever seen, they want us to increase the budget by $500,000 out of a total of 20 million, which is missing 50% of hotel revenue without a single reduction in cost proposed. So I just think, as you listen to this presentation, just be aware that basically our only option is cutting services to our community left and right. And I think it's really sad.
Well,
So
if I could just comment for a minute. So when you talk about, an offer of a reduction in cost, the sheriff's office really doesn't have an option to give a reduction in cost. We're bound by the Board of Supervisors to provide, to have full cost recovery. The overhead cost, that wasn't a decision that was made by the sheriff's office. That was a decision that was made by the Board of Supervisors. When it comes to the 5% reduction on overhead, that's not a decision that was made for us. And we really can't give any sort of reduction for a deputy sheriff, for a patrol car, for any of the resources that are allocated to the Sonoma Police Department, because we have to get full cost recovery. We can't give a 75% deputy. As I said, the historical of the chief's position, and I was there assigned to the Valley substation when the contract first started. The historical of that is that the city chief was the chief of the city, and the watch commander from the main office was the watch commander for the Valley substation. I don't think that anyone who's had or spent any time in the city would say 5 years ago that the communication between the police department and the Valley substation or the community was far less than it is now. I don't think that that's an accurate statement to make. Is this
Well,
a change?
5 years ago, we had a joint chief. It was Brett Sackett.
5 years ago, Brett was not the joint chief.
He was a joint chief when I was elected to the city council in 2014.
You're the watch commander assigned to the Valley substation.
So I think there's a little bit
I
of.
guess the feedback there is just that there's an understanding that we as a city think it's valuable and the sheriff's office does not. And so the end of the negotiation is we think it's valuable and they don't, so we can't have it.
Well, then probably what happened was it recognized that our chief ended up spending a lot of time outside of the city because of the fact that our community is one community.
Yeah.
So Kathy, this is Madeline. Mr. Mayor, could I?
Of course, Madeline, please.
Oh, sure. Okay. So this is sort of a cultural thing. We're too beautiful to have problems, but we do. And now this is just more of it. And it's unfortunate Board of Supervisors will negotiate this package. I've been in a lot of public safety negotiations in my career, and this just, the Board of Supervisors and the Sheriff's Department. I have never been supportive of the Sheriff Department being here. In Sonoma, I've supported the chiefs and the officers. I don't put them together with the issue of the Sheriff's Department. So I've never really been that. But I wanted to ask Kathy, could you explain somewhat about the mid-year adjustment, if possible?
Yeah, so, well, within the contract, again, everything is super fluid right now. And I think one thing we have is a timing issue here. We are, overall as a community, we are facing some reductions that are frankly going to be harder, and we're going to need to do faster than some of our other cities in Sonoma County because they are kind of less tourism based in terms of TOT and the sales tax than we are. It's really Healdsburg and ourselves are more in that. I'm going to have to front load some of these reductions and impacts. So in terms of I'm sorry, Madeline, can you repeat your question?
Oh, sure.
It
The
flew out of my brain.
mid-year.
Yes, thank you. So in terms of a mid-year, we put within the contract an ability to do mid-year adjustments. That was not something that was there before. So if we have an ability, let's say that things come back and things get better and the economy comes back and we can add a position back or something, we've got that in mid-year. Again, it's going to take there'll be a ramp up time, just like the reduction of position, there can be a ramp down time. So there is that possibility. Madeline, in terms of reductions of what can occur. I think just a few other things in terms of the compensation. It's important to understand that just like, when you have a labor contract, the labor contracts they're for a period of time. And unless there's a reopener in that contract, the actual labor group has to come forward and say, I'm willing to reopen and willing to give some concessions. The county has not kind of started that process more formally. They have put out a kind of a preliminary budget and they're still focused on the public health emergency. They've basically kind of done a bit of a carryover budget and they're really going to be looking at their budget in September. So that's when they're going to be, and over the summer, I assume they'll probably be having conversations with labor, and there could be reductions that occur at that point that could then help us in terms of our costs and could potentially help us look at, whether it's adding a position or saving some things. So there is some fluidity and in terms of the timing, but again, typically they would do their budget in June and we all be looking at the same information. They're not. They're doing September. Santa Rosa is doing the same thing. So that's a little bit of just a timing disconnect we have. And again, there could be more information that comes.
Thank you so much. It's interesting, Mr. Ingram. As I said, I don't support the sheriffs being here. I do think we have a great chief. We had a great chief. The officers are wonderful, but I come from a city where we had a large police force and I see the lack of community here policing. I think Chief Rodriguez and also Brett Sackett worked very hard on that. In fact, I was ready prior to the pandemic to support an increase with an officer or two. And obviously that's not going to happen, but you need to understand, for me, living here in Sonoma, we get no services unless you're on the 101 corridor. That we're SOL here. The other thing, of course, is that we're too beautiful. We couldn't have problems. I don't know if other cities or other that you contract with were increased by 11%, but this is typical with the culture of Sonoma County, the Board of Supervisors. Unfortunately, our representation, we can't get a vote for anything. So that's how I feel.
Can I, let me just finish a few, got just two other brief slides just for context on this, and then we can open to council questions and public comment and council discussion. So this screen shows again kind of the original budget and what the increase was. So we had a lot of conversations with and one thing when we received this increase and we knew it was coming, I asked Captain Ingram and the budget team and Chief Rodriguez, what would they put forward in a way that we could have at least a 10% reduction, knowing that we were going to have these increases and yet also still keep our community as safe as possible. And so I do want to thank Chief Rodriguez for looking at some pieces here. So let me just talk you through them. And if you have questions, you can talk with him more. So we currently have 2 community service officers. And so we would retain one, and their recommendation is to eliminate one. This is currently vacant, and so that transition can happen pretty quickly. In terms of the numbers here, I just want to say these numbers have not only base salary and total compensation, but they also have, all the positions have kind of an overhead charge on top, and so that includes the overhead charge. There currently is an administrative assistant position as well, and that position would be eliminated. There's a current incumbent, and that position would be moved back to the county by July 1. And again, I want to thank Captain Ingram, who's kind of helped facilitate kind of how that could work. In terms of a deputy sheriff, we have an ability to keep a position vacant. And again, Chief Rodriguez can talk through this, but he looked for a position currently. We have one vacancy. This would be a position that typically works, I think, the Sunday through Wednesday shift. And then also looking at doing a shift change instead of 11 hours shifts, doing them 12-hour shifts, which allows him to kind of have the coverage and be able to, I guess what I would say would be absorb this reduction with minor impact in terms of overall safety. And then the canine, this is not the canine off the actual officer person. This is the what it costs to remove the dog and the supplemental pay. And so we would be switching that canine officer with a non-canine and come back, and that would save some time. The other position we talked about is the school resource officer. This position is split a third between the city, the school district, and the county. So the overall cost for the school resource officer is just about $79,000. We talked through, I think both council members on the subcommittee and myself feel strongly that the NSRO is an important position we'd like to try to keep. But we really need to look at this with the overall budget reduction list the council will be looking at in June. And so these, with your approval tonight, we are also recommending that you approve these reductions. We will need this level of reductions in order to be able to meet the loss of revenue that we're projecting for this next year. There is not any other way to do this. Police and fire basically are 60% of our general fund budget. We will do everything we can to, and I think that's what we've done here, to make reductions we need to do, but also retain overall public safety. But you cannot keep police and fire without any cuts because there's not enough left in the general fund budget to meet the needs that as a council, you're going to need to face. So this would be the overall. With this reduction, then you would be looking at, compared to last year, a reduction of about 200,000. So again, the action tonight in front of you is to do two things. It's approve a resolution which basically approves a 5-year contract. I do want to say that the contract has, right now, the way the contract has been historically, there is a 1-year kind of exit clause for either party. This contract would make that a 2 years. If you really were going to either switch to another provider or look at bringing police services in-house, that is a 2-year journey. I've done that for another agency. And so for all parties, you need to have more than 1 year. And so the 2 years, I think, gives some protection to both the city and the county. But while it's I say that to say, while it's a 5-year contract, there is an exit for either party within 2 years. And then if you can do it faster or something, and you can create an agreed upon work plan, that is something that you can do as well. And then the other item is we are looking for you to approve this, the budget reduction. And then what staff would do, we would update the service plan to eliminate the positions that are being eliminated, to have those match. And so that is the item in front of you tonight. And again, so happy to answer any questions.
So Mr. Mayor, if we have Chief Orlando Rodriguez is on, could he explain to us what mutual response is going to look like?
Well, mutual response is if we need help. So mutual response normally is if there's an emergency and we don't have the adequate personnel, then the sheriff's office will respond.
But do they have to come from further places now, or they're there?
No, we have people at the Valley substation. It's always been the same. And so that's what mutual response, there's a difference between mutual response and then having the deputies available to respond for calls. So what's going to happen is with the reduction of personnel, the response times are going to be a little bit longer. Our community service and community oriented policing is probably not going to be as active as it was before. The loss of a CSO really impacted that, and the loss of one deputy will impact that. So there's going to be a lot of impact with the services that we're providing. So that's where that comes from. And I think some of the information that's being let out is my understanding was always that when I worked out here as a deputy sheriff and as a sergeant, there was always a lieutenant from the main office that supervised the Valley. Eventually, the 80-20 split came about later, and I'm sure that we can look that up and provide that information to you, where the city needed some help with the budget. So what happened was that the agreement was that then Chief Brett Sackett would oversee part of the valley, as he also was the chief of Sonoma. So now we're just trying to head back to the way it was. And to me is, Madeline, when you say that you never supported the sheriffs, you're technically saying that you're not supporting me or my deputies, because we are.
Well, and you heard differently, Orlando. You heard differently. Please don't put words in my mouth, sir.
Okay, well, I must have heard something differently, but I just want to say that since I became the chief, I mean, we have extended our community service. Furthermore, we do more coffee with the cop. We're out there with helping groups with the homeless. We're helping SOS, and so is the deputies from the Valley Sub. Now, I'm totally confident that whoever is going to oversee the Valley substation is going to be a lieutenant like myself, who's going to be, the priority is community outreach, and we're going to do that. He's going to be committed just like I am. We're going to communicate. Technology nowadays is we're email, phone call, text message away. And if Kathy wants me to attend a meeting like we have been with SOS and community leaders, I will definitely go and represent Sonoma Police Department as their chief. And I will have an opinion on what we need to do differently. Ask the sheriff can send a lieutenant or a sergeant, whoever he feels like he needs to send to represent the Valley. We work together at the sheriff's department. We might wear, one of us might wear a Sonoma PD patch, and the other one might wear a sheriff's deputy patch, but we're still in the same boat. We're gonna help each other out. Now, what I see with this, me being the chief, that means that my deputies, the deputies that are assigned to me at the Sonoma Police Department, they will be assigned to work with the city and work with the issues that we face currently. Now, if there's something that crosses with the Valley, the Springs, then we will work with those deputies to, if it's affecting the city of Sonoma. I mean, it's no different than the mayor when I see him or I hear that he's out there, passing out groceries to people this last month and a half. I mean, that's something that he does because he feels that we need to help. Same thing, if you need me to go help something with the Valley, I will go out there and do it. This, the way we see is when Hillsburg has their police chief, he's there for Hillsburg. He's not there for the county. If something happens, we have to work together with Hillsburg, we'll work together with them. But there is one chief for the city of Hillsburg. There is one chief for the city of Sonoma. There is one chief for the city of Petaluma.
But the city of Hillsburg has their own police force.
Correct.
So
and that community aspect, that fact that you go down there, which I really appreciate, is why the going away of the split, I think is incorrect. I think it's unfortunate, and I think it's I want you to be doing that. Frankly, I want to build that connection between us in the Springs and us in the Valley and us in the broader community. I think it's really important. I think it draws the community closer together.
And you know what, Mayor, and you're right about that, because we did have, when this pandemic took place, we were concerned with our farmers, with the people, the farmers out there. And you know what, our ag lieutenant, who's in charge of that team, because we have a team that goes out and provide services to ag, they went out and they met with some of these vineyard owners to make sure that they were aware of what was going on. He told me, hey, I'm going to go meet with them. And he's a lieutenant from the main office who came in because he's in charge of ag. He came out into our valley and met with them. So that's the way we work together. So I didn't even have to be involved with that. So that's how we work together.
Hogan, can I make a comment?
Yeah, Chief, I agree with you on the benefit that we get from being part of the sheriff's department. We can't afford a helicopter. We can't afford, bomb squad units and the rest of it. So there are additional services that we're able to provide that we can't afford by virtue of being part of the broader police department. What I'm saying is that there's also a benefit to the broader county and the broader valley for us having a police chief. And I think that it is important that police chief, you, work throughout the entire valley. And so for me, that's why it's a little offensive when it's like, you're going to pay for all of it, but the expectation seems to me to be that we're not going to be an island and we're going to spread out. And so it just seems like when that's the reality, the 80-20 split makes more sense. I'm totally supportive of sharing resources and sharing your time into the Valley and building that broader community. I think that's important. But I think when it comes to pay for it, if that's the case, and that's what we all value. And I remember when Mark Essick ran for office, right? It was all about community policing and supporting that. If that's what we support, then the split shouldn't be you take all the weight of that and we're going to take the services, right? Because right now we pay in for a lot of that mutual aid, and you may argue you get more value than what you pay for, but it's pretty expensive. So, and that's kind of where I'm at with it. Is just the thing that really doesn't make sense to me is getting rid of the 80-20 split, because I believe and frankly want you to spend your time getting to know the members of our whole community, which includes the broader Valley, and building that community connection. So that's why it's offensive to me when the 80-20 split can't be accepted. And yeah, that's my problem. And I do think you do a fantastic job, and I respect the moves that you've made to do more community policing. And I've seen the coffee with the cop and all of that. And I think our SROs, and again, if you look at the SROs, that's a three-way split position. Why? Because we recognize our school resource officer is going to work in our schools and in the city of Sonoma, but also at Dunbar, at Flowery, at Altamira, at a variety of schools that are outside of our community. And so I think that there's a recognition there that it's a broad spectrum position. But with the police chief, it is a broad spectrum position. Everybody truly recognizes it if they think about it. But on the pay side, it's all in the city of Sonoma. And that's what I find offensive.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think that there's an assumption there that if there is no longer an 80-20 split, that there's no longer going to be community engagement from the sheriff's office in the Sonoma Valley. That's not
the assumption is the opposite. The assumption is that when the 80-20 split goes away and we're paying 100%, there's still going to be that communication between the city and the Valley, and we're going to be paying for 100% of it. That's the problem. I assume that Orlando will continue with the community connections that he's built since he became our chief here. And I think he's done a fantastic job with that. And I want him to continue doing that. But what you're saying is you're going to keep doing that, but you're going to pay for all of it. When before you were doing that, it was a benefit to us. It was benefit to the Valley. But now you're paying for 100%. And that's the problem. I assume that he will absolutely do that. I want him to do that because I think it builds a better community and because we are one Valley. But I don't think we should pay for 100% of it. I think the 80-20 versus 80-20 is advantage to the Valley, frankly, but I'm comfortable with that as long as there's an acknowledgement of that reality. And at this point, we're just saying, no, that doesn't exist. That's the police chief there. Sonoma's an island unto himself, when we all know that's not the reality.
I don't think that's what we're saying. I think that there's an assumption that the lieutenant who is ultimately assigned to the Valley substation is not going to be present. As I said, we have a lieutenant who has the River substation and also has the West Beat area, which includes Grayton and outside of Sebastopol. That lieutenant is very involved in everything that goes on in the Guerneville substation and is a presence there. And if you spoke to the people who were there, the community members, the Chamber of Commerce, they would tell you that that lieutenant is present. What I'm saying is that I think that there may be some belief that because the 80-20 split isn't there, that the sheriff's office is going to just abandon the Valley substation for that community outreach and say, Orlando, you can do it or you don't do it. We don't really care. Well, I don't think that that's wholly accurate.
I literally just got done explaining to you that that's not my assumption. My assumption is the reverse of that. I don't understand. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just told you my assumption is he will continue to do that.
No, I hear you that you think that's your assumption that Orlando will continue. But I also think on the other side of that is that you think that there will not be a presence from a lieutenant and Orlando would continue to carry the load on his own.
I'm sure there'll be a lieutenant there too, but he will continue to carry some of the load of the valley, and I think that should be reflected in the cost. I mean, it's just like,
But that's a policy decision made. That's a policy decision made by the city.
and that's, well, no, it's made by the sheriffs, right? Because
Orlando engaging with the people outside of Sonoma is a policy decision made by the city.
right, and the funding is made by the sheriffs. Got it.
I was just gonna say, reflecting our discussions, which I think this is a good example of what our negotiations were like. That oftentimes, we personalize. It can be personalized because everyone wants to be valued for their work. And so when we talk about things that systematically are not working for the city of Sonoma, it's very easy for the people doing that work to feel like we're insulting them, which we're not. We have a systematic system where costs are set by the Board of Supervisors at 26% overhead. And Kathy, could you just go back and show the cuts? Right, so we have an administrative assistant that costs us $170,000 a year. So, we just have these costs that are set by somebody else, and then our only option, because of the system we're in, is to cut positions and cut services, and then, being left with the only option of, well, you can continue to do services, but the city of Sonoma has to pay for everything, even if it's benefiting somebody else, and taking our taxpayer dollars and using them somewhere else. And another example of that would be the sheriff's policy, as I understand it, is to always have two deputies per service area. So the city of Sonoma with 10,000 people is one service area, and we always have two deputies, and the entire valley is also one service area, and they have two deputies. And we have mutual aid, and I brought it up a number of times, questions about whether or not our two were going over to staff the other two more, or vice versa. And the sheriff's position is that no, it's equal, that people go back and forth equally. And I, will leave it to your own thoughts about whether or not, that makes sense to you. But I think oftentimes, since we have two for 10,000 people, and they have two for 40,000 people, whether or not that is true. But we went through all of these discussions at length, and where we came up at the end is the only reductions that are available because of the system that we're in. Nobody wants any reductions. We want more. I would love to see somebody riding a bike around instead of being in a car. I would love to have a bike cop. That'd be awesome. The only reductions we have here are the ones in front of us, which is cutting staff. And I feel sorry for everyone who might be laid off as a result of this. I feel bad for those individuals or people whose lives are upended by not being able to be in Sonoma anymore and having to move to a different area because of bumping. So I think these are really serious cuts, and each one of these, represents a person. And so, that's it. And I would say the only one that and I don't think this is shared by the rest of the council, but the only one I personally, would support either way is I don't like the idea that we have a German Shepherd dog that smacks of 60s apartheid. And I think those are very dangerous. I have never felt comfortable being around that dog, and I am happy to not have that in the city of Sonoma. And I think that many people who have lived in low-income neighborhoods know that when a trained dog with the police comes, it's not, it engenders fear in certain communities. And I certainly feel that way when I see it. So that one I would support either way, but the rest of them, it's too bad that we're stuck in this position. And I hope that the Board of Supervisors and the Deputy Sheriff's Association can come to some agreement about reduction in costs so that we can have services, because we are paying $4,642,000 this year, which is of our $20 million budget, quite a bit.
Yeah, and I can add there that, you are paying, like you said, $4.6 million for our services, which if you look at what you're paying for and what's not listed, and it's listed on our service plan, is that you're getting, on top of that, a lieutenant out of the main office, you're getting 4 more sergeants that we agreed that when our sergeants go home for the night, or the sergeants take a day off, there's somebody to supervise the deputies that are in the city of Sonoma. So you get that on top of that. If you were a regular police department, you would have to hire a chief, you would have to hire possibly a lieutenant or a captain, and then you would have to hire 4 sergeants on top of that. So, I mean, when you look and compare us to Hillsborough PD, you know, they got about 26 in their staff, and we have 19 now is going to get reduced. So, I mean, there's a lot of benefits that, you know, yeah, you're paying $4.6 million, but on top of that, you are getting other services that we've agreed since 2004 that we will provide leadership, will provide supervision, and will always provide coverage for you. Now, an example I can give to you is from talking to other smaller agencies like Sonoma, you know, Katati, Sabasa, when I talked to their chiefs, what is your plan if somebody would have gotten the COVID? They wouldn't have had nobody to cover the streets. We worked a plan that if one of our deputies got exposed to the COVID and tested positive, that means we would probably lose 6, well, in our staff in the city of Sonoma, we were going to lose about 3 to 4 people. We had detectives ready to go to come and work patrol and make sure that we provide services for the city of Sonoma. You know, other agencies don't have that. We have that. We have that to provide for you. So you're getting a big benefit. And, you know, I don't understand what it is that you know, the services that we're providing just for the city. And I think we explained this during our negotiations, is when you have an area that's populated in a certain area, you're going to get more calls for service compared to the valley, where it's more rural. So that's the difference. That's why we say, okay, if there's these many deputies to patrol the valley area, that's what's needed. We look at the calls for service, and we went over the calls for service. We went over the calls that we get, the alarm calls, the dog complaints, the barking dog complaints, the noise complaints, people in the park complaints, suspicious people complaints, and we don't get those calls. The traffic accidents, normally we don't get those out in the valley. So we need personnel, and more calls for service demands more personnel, and that's why we need 2 people at all times in the city.
I just want to make one statement maybe, and we should probably go to Mayor Harvey. We should probably, if there's any other questions, go to public comment and then maybe have council come back and discuss. We've been kind of blending questions and comments here, but I do want to say that looking for the past 3 years and 3.5 years, looking at kind of the level of service, and I don't think the council members are on the subcommittee. I believe they've, you know, looking at the overall services, and there is as the chief says, there are deep services that are offered here. As a small city, we would not have some of the depth and flexibility and backup that we do have with the sheriff. I do believe the sheriff's contract under prior Chief Sackett and Chief Rodriguez is, you know, providing good services to our community. None of us want to be faced with these kind of cost changes or what we have to do, but we are facing some really tough choices, and these are the recommendations that we believe will continue, that can be taken and continue to ensure overall safety in our community. So, Mayor Harvey, I turn it to you in terms of if there's other questions or.
Well, I have one other question. Would it be possible as part of this contract to get the data on how often our officers who are assigned to the city are doing work outside the city, and how often officers outside the city are doing work inside the city? Would that be possible to track that data?
We have some of that data we looked at. We can provide that data. I do need to say, and I probably should have said this up front, Mayor Harvey and council, so the contract in front of you, it is important. Our contract with the county runs out June 30 of this year. It is very important that we have a continuation contract with the sheriff in place. And in terms of our meetings and the county's meetings, the county has a meeting the first, maybe Captain Ingram knows, but they're looking at hearing this contract the first week in June. And so the action in front of you tonight, I would request that you take action tonight. We can provide you with more information going forward. I think we can look at that in terms of, future items, but in terms of getting the contract in place and moving forward on the initial budget, if we're going, we do need to take these actions tonight.
Great.
And
Other questions? Rachel, do you have a question? Sorry.
I do. I have a few questions. More from just a practical standpoint, just from like community expectations. So I see that recommendation is that we lose a CSO officer and potentially the school, our portion of the school resource officer, administrative assistant. I was just wondering what the kind of practical effects are, more for just expectations.
Mhm. Well, let me talk broadly and then I'll have Chief Rodriguez back up. In addition, so the CSOs, a big piece of what the CSOs do a variety of things. One, they help do some parking enforcement. They also are the kind of animal control and animals, taking care of dogs that are picked up and that type of thing is another piece that is done by CSOs. They support the back reception. They take when we have evidence that needs to be carried up and protected and carried up to the county. They do some of that work as well. They've done, they also were like Coffee with the Cop, outreach, going and talking to some potential schools. There's also a community outreach and education, maybe working with neighborhood associations or business folks. So there's a kind of a smorgasbord. So there is going to be reduction in some of those services going forward. The administrative assistant, that position provides some frontline reception. It also does helps to the budget management for the chief, as I understand it, and then also does social media and supports the CSOs and some of their outreach. So there is a, we have a full-time administrative clerk that works in the police department that is a city employee. So that position will, you know, be kind of the lead reception and front position. It may be that potentially we may need to maybe reduce hours a little bit on occasion or coverage. We haven't gotten that level of detail. And then the deputy, I think the chief can speak to, but those are some of the potential impacts that we'll be looking at.
Also the school resource officer, I know that's on the like sort of trying to figure it out, but just sort of what that would look like if that had to happen.
Yeah, so the school resource officer, this position, and again, Chief Rodriguez, I'll let you add on this position, you know, works, I think primarily the high school, because we have one high school, but does reach out to the other schools, the junior highs and the other schools. This position I think is important in terms of when we have, they know kids bring them tips. They are able to deal with maybe things before they happen and run some interference. They have been able to help solve crimes on campus and or things that were happening in the community because information comes back to that school resource officer. So I think a school resource officer in the way we have this split three ways is a very effective model. And, you know, I think it is a reason why the committee felt strongly that, you know, we'd have it here, but we'd look to see and evaluate it overall. I think the other position is during the summer. That position, when we are busier, that position is here just supporting general city operations, working with the school districts they plan for the future, the next year. But those are some of the things. So it provides a little bit of elasticity to the force during the summer as well. And please, Chief Rodriguez, if you want to add to that.
Yeah, so the SRO is definitely going to be a big impact. And the reason I offered keeping a deputy sheriff vacant was because I was depending on the SRO of keeping the SRO at the schools, because if you think about it, from 8 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that area of the high school and the middle school is the most popular area in our city during that time. And you know, last year's statistics show that, you know, Deputy Smith did a great job at that school. He did over 424 contacts. That means that in that school, he contacted kids if it's either smoking, drinking, or referred them to Youth and Family Services. He wrote about 76 reports. So just having him there is basically creates, you know, not creates, but he's basically a deterrent of kids knowing that, that the police is here, don't bring alcohol to school, don't bring drugs to school. Gang activities is, almost non-existent. Graffiti, we do get it every once in a while, but I think that just his presence there, having him there at that school does, gives a peace of mind to all the parents, the staff that drop off their kids there. Number two, with the SRO, our animal control definitely is going to take a lot of work. So that's why he has to, any animal complaints, dog licensing, dog processing, working with our nonprofits so we can get dogs adopted that are abandoned or
Orlando, sorry, can I interrupt for a second? You said SRO, but you meant CSO. You're now talking about the
sorry
CSO,
about that.
correct?
I'm talking about the CSO. Sorry about that. So, so he's going to be busy with that. So that's going to take away from our Coffee with the Cop, getting those ready to go. This last year, we did our first Citizens Police Academy that I think the City Council was all aware. We did a good job. The IT did a wonderful job of reporting that and showing what we do. I think Fred he came in my office concerned about our police force with things that was going on in the community and other communities that he thought that's the way we operated. Once, I'm talking about Fred Arabak. He came to the police academy and he was enlightened. He was impressed on how we did things, and he was impressed with the sheriff's office, all the services that we provide at one point. And he met a lot of our detectives, he met a lot of our staff, and he was very happy with that. So, the CSO who arranged all this to happen, unfortunately, we might not be able to do this year to expand it again to the citizens to come and get to know their police department and their officers. So that, yeah, with that impact of having one CSO is definitely going to take a lot of our time away from the community. And again, and that's why I'm really hoping that we can keep the SRO so we can provide the service that the citizens of Sonoma are accustomed to.
And what about the canine program?
Well, the canine program is, with Dickie. Dickie was the face of our department. Everybody that I talked to, everybody that's met Dickie loved the dog. I think when Dickie retired, a lot of people were, heartbroken. But with getting Vito and taking this place, Vito is a new dog who, is, right now we're trying to introduce him into the community, and he's new to us. And I have a feeling that within a few years, he can be that face of the community once he gets out there and starts meeting with the public. A few weeks ago, there was a guy that was, that we were, it was a domestic violence call. He left, he took off running. Eventually he was found. Vito went to that scene. And, one of the things that other than what I understand what Councilmember Harrington is saying, that, dogs are loud and they're very protective. I understand that, but just like Dickie, Vito is trained to go out there, bark, and when people hear the dog, they give up. And that person gave up. We took him into custody, and nobody was injured. He wasn't injured. And I think that for the most part, the Valley and the city are familiar with our canine program. They love Dickie, and I think they're going to love Vito too, just like, because he's going to go out there to the schools and, have the children pet, the students pet the dog and all those things. So I think that, now I'm getting off topic and sorry about that, but I think that having the SRO in our community is definitely a big benefit to all of us. Not just the city, but also the Valley, because of course the sheriff's pays for a third of that, and so does the school district.
Thank you.
I just want to note there was that incident with the sheriff's office. I can't remember where it was, but the guy's last name was Wyrick, but not our Wyrick, a different Wyrick. And there was a sheriff's dog that bit open that guy's leg. It's there to, people give up immediately because they don't want to be bitten by a German Shepherd. And I think I myself did grow up in a very dangerous neighborhood filled with crime. And so I think that certain communities consider them cute and want to pet them, and other communities consider them intimidating. And that's certainly a question for you know, people, they feel differently about it based on their life experiences. And I think that the reason people give up immediately is because they're very scared of getting bitten, like what just happened with that guy Wyrick in Sonoma County.
Mayor Harvey, maybe before we go to public comment, just one other item that we have talked a little bit about, just as a alternative maybe for the future, going back to Councilmember Agamonte's question about kind of mid-year budget adjustments or other changes. Again, one thing that, I mean, we do have a model now where we have an administrative clerk as a city employee, and that the kind of overall cost of that position is far less than if we, because it's a non-sworn position, than if we contracted with that position through the county. So another model maybe as we explore our way future into this, it could be that, you know, versus maybe a year from now or 6 months from now, we're able to add a position back. You know, do we add a community service officer back, or do we create some other kind of non-sworn position that could be a police community outreach assistant or something? It could be a city position. It could be at a lower rate, but it could still support and provide some of the function that we may be losing through this. And we have talked about that with the sheriff's staff, as, you know, kind of this blend where we may have non-sworn staff, which means, you know, and those being some city employees, we're able to do that at a less expensive rate potentially and still provide some services. So I think there may be some creativity going forward as well. So I just wanted to throw that idea out. So Mayor Harvey, if you want to go to public comment.
Sure. Okay. Appreciate the lively discussion. We'll go ahead and go on to public comment. And I'll signify that by clapping. Anybody who would like to comment, please raise your hand in the chat and we'll bring you in. And we've got one from Laura Havlick. Go ahead, Laura.
Is there any way that we can be useful to you in this evolving craziness of how they're organizing the new split of the of Chief Orlando's time? Is there any way that the public can be helpful, and if so, would you detail what that is? Thank you very much. That's my whole comment.
Thank you, Laura. And just to reiterate, comments or questions from public commenters will be answered when we close public comment. Anyone else with a hand up? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council for council comments.
So maybe Mayor Harvey, if I could just maybe, I'm not sure I can answer Laura's question from public comment.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I think this is going to kind of evolve a little bit, and part of it will be kind of overall policy direction from council, but so I'm not really able to answer in any detail at this point.
Okay.
I'll go.
Just again, Mayor, that this is not something new. I think from 1819 was when we started the 80-20 split, but before the chief's position was paid full time by the city of Sonoma, and this agreement was, I believe, was made in 1819 and 1920 to help the city.
Okay. Vice Mayor Hunley.
Thank you. I wanted to start with saying that I think Chief Rodriguez is doing an amazing job, and I know that you will continue to do an amazing job going forward. But first, I want to go back to the chief issue, and you know, it makes sense that when the costs were ultimately split, it wasn't because we were in some sort of budget bind. It was more of a realization that the chief of the Sonoma Police Force was spending, you know, an appreciable amount of time sort of focused on like a larger area, and it was just an appropriate decision to then share the burden of the cost of that position, but it fit very perfectly considering, you know, the only place a line between Sonoma and the Valley exists is on a map, and that is it. And so we live our lives as one holistic community, and it has created many challenges for the government of the city of Sonoma that is here for 11,000 people, but here we are in the midst of a huge island collectively totaling 50,000 people. You know, I wanted to point out that the Valley is the largest unincorporated community in the entire county. And I think there was a comment made earlier to Grayton. Like, Grayton has 2,000 people. The Valley has 40,000. It's 4 times as big as our city. And, you know, it's great. And it's, you know, the way that the whole area is evolved and the way that people move around is just the way that it is. But when it comes down to government, you know, the city of Sonoma is this tiny patch. The county is everything else. So, like, more than just cost sharing, just on a strategic level, and I'm not surprised at all to hear this because this is something we've seen in several other major issues where something is affecting all of us together, and the city really wants to work with the county so that we can address it as a valley-wide community, but it's like that the city is just relegated its corner, the valley's gonna, or the county's gonna do whatever the county's doing, and it's not effective because like life doesn't work that way. So 2 things that came to the top of my head: one is park and recreation services, and the second is homelessness. These are both things that we've been working very hard on, trying to serve the people within our city, but also recognizing that our community is so much bigger. And so now adding this one to the list, I have to say it's pretty disappointing, and I am not directing my fingers at the sheriff's office. I am directing them at the board of supervisors in the county, because these are the people that we've been constantly trying to work with, and I don't understand why the largest unincorporated community in the entire county is just constantly ignored. And I totally believe that, you know, whoever is in charge of the substation is going to work very closely with Chief Rodriguez. But I still think that that similar time is going to be spent kind of strategically thinking about sort of the holistic plan that it requires, because we are one community. And so it just, the fact that they were only paying 20%, like, I think the county was getting a discounted rate on a position that was able to create a holistic strategy for a larger community, and the city of Sonoma was already fronting most of it. So it's I find it unfortunate, and while I'm confident everyone involved can just make it work, it just seems very short-sighted, especially for the relatively small cost that it is for the county compared to their, you know, multi-billion-dollar budget. And here we're talking about $67,000 because they don't want to pay for part of the police chief that's been serving the valley. So, and then the other last thing I'll say about this, the chief issue, is that the comment was made earlier that it was a policy decision whether the chief spent time sort of thinking about valley-wide community engagement rather than just thinking about only the city of Sonoma. But it's going to happen anyway. It's just the city's going to pay for it. But moving on, next I wanted to give kudos to the subcommittee, because this is a very complicated issue, and I know this has been in the works for a long time, and I appreciate the detail at which all of this has been examined, and the working with the sheriff's office. And even tonight I've learned that it has come with its challenges. So I really appreciate the thoughtfulness that came into it. And, you know, with regard to the recommendations, you know, I think this is the first of many very hard decisions that we're just going to have to make. It is inevitable at this point. And looking at the list, you know, if I had my way, we'd keep them all, but we're just going to be faced with even tighter financial realities. The school resource officer, especially after hearing the chief talk about it, and I'm glad to see that sort of like on the second phase of trying to figure out another way to pay for it, because it seems like so much good comes out of that. And I would say the K-9 program seems pretty low cost, and given the community popularity and just the safety of the officers and the situations it's deployed, I fully recognize that like any deadly weapon involved, it's only as good as the training of the people that are using it. And it certainly can be something that is not effective, but our program seems to be working, and we've made an investment in our new pup. So if there's any way for that. And just as a final point, and so I do support the recommendations that the subcommittee has come forward with. And ultimately, I do believe that the city of Sonoma has had a higher quality police force because of our contract with the sheriff. Like, we know of all of the other sorts of services that a more sophisticated agency has. But, you know, also just for hiring, I mean, if you want to get into a discussion of pension costs, like that alone will just like grossly skew anything that we as a city could come put together. So I think it is a good deal, and I'm happy that we're a part of it. But I just wish that the reality of this tightly knit metropolitan community that we have, that is 80% unincorporated, 20% incorporated, was recognized by the county in the way that it looks at these relationships. And that's it. And thanks again to the subcommittee. I think you guys did a really great job.
Mayor Harvey, I can go next.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone who was involved in the negotiations, and I enjoyed the conversation with my colleagues on the council. It was pretty hard because we were dealing with a lot of issues that we have here. We're the city of Sonoma, and like Vice Mayor Hunley was talking about, it is true. There is a disconnect between the city and the valley, and I'm hoping that throughout time we could take that away, because in all reality, a lot of individuals that live in the Springs shop at our stores, and we get the tax benefits for that. And a lot of this was coming through, during the negotiations. And when you start talking about splits, what my main focus is I want to have a police department who feels that they're part of the valley and they're part of the city of Sonoma, and the partnership exists. It is upsetting that we do have to do some cuts. I don't like budget cuts, but I have recommended this, and will be voting for this tonight. And the school resource officer, I'm glad that we're putting that back a little bit to make that decision, because I think that that is something that we need to really talk about, because there is a lot of benefits. Probably on the business side, it probably makes more sense for the city of Sonoma to keep that resource officer, if it is going to probably lower costs that are generated with the high school. And like Chief Rodriguez was talking about, the 3 o'clock, the heavy population there, and having some control over that issue. But in the end, hopefully after this negotiation and everything's done, the city of Sonoma and the county can come back together, or hopefully move towards coming back together and end the disconnect, and try to get us all working for the same benefits. So I will be supporting this, and I do want to call out Kathy and Kathy Caparola for the great job you did, and Amy Harrington, who was on my colleague and filled a few voids during this whole pandemic when I wasn't able to attend a couple of meetings, except for on the phone and not a Zoom meeting. So thank you for that.
Madeline?
Okay, thank you. Well, I could say ditto, 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 ditto almost, but and I have to let Captain Ingram know, you come, I feel, to a place that's somewhat, I can only speak for myself, hostile, because we lose on different ends of this, for the city of Sonoma from the county. That's not your problem. Unfortunately, you're just facing it. With us. And this is how we feel generally about what I think Rachel said it very well about, we're just 10,600, something like that. And we're really this big portion that we're somewhat a sphere of influence, because we support a lot of the nonprofits within that area. We support a lot of the programs that are going on, which I think is important. But I think we're at a great loss. And I have to say this publicly, if we can't get what we need, and we need to do something about our supervisor. That's just the way it is. The other thing I think that's important is the reason I will support this, not because it's the sheriff's department, but because of Chief Orlando, his officers and staff, because I think they do a wonderful job. If I missed the point of you all being in the sheriff's department, I apologize. But, and I think so many wonderful things have happened with your department and in the things that I've asked for. But and I think maybe I'm missing the point here. The point is not the sheriff's department. The point is the Board of Supervisors. And we are in no man's land down here. And our biggest problem is that we're beautiful and they think we have no problems. And I'm tired of it. We just need to make some changes, and I don't know how those are done. But I will support this. And thank you to the subcommittee. I would have blown it up. I know you didn't need me on this subcommittee.
All right.
I go.
Oh, sorry, Amy. Yeah, I apologize. Go ahead.
Thanks everyone for thanking us for being on the subcommittee. It has been very interesting. I think, the long and the short of it is this, for financial reasons and other reasons, is the contract we need to be in. I think we're going to have to reevaluate it every year about the proposed increases. And unless we come to a different relationship, that's going to mean decreasing service every year unless we get some changes in the cost structure. That's not, the format of having the board decide how much things cost and then having the sheriff allocate staff and then having it trickle down to us with just a price tag is very dysfunctional. And it's like you don't have the right people in the room because the people who decide how much things cost are not in the room. And then you're just sort of trying to figure out what to do once it's allocated. So I think that's a super dysfunctional system and we are the victims of that. I hope that Orlando and the other sheriffs assigned to Sonoma don't feel that we have been disparaging their performance or work, because it's not about that. And I think what we're trying to do is have a dialogue about, we're just trying to have a dialogue about how to make it the best possible in a super dysfunctional negotiation. Like as an attorney, I've been involved in countless negotiations, and something like the split 80-20 between the Valley and the city in most negotiations would be considered a gesture of goodwill. And in order to seal the deal and cement the relationship, that's the type of concession that in a normal negotiation wouldn't be that big of a deal and could kind of smooth over some other things. And so I am really disappointed that because of the nature of the setup that we weren't able to do something nice like that, so that we could come away feeling like, well, it's very difficult and we're not in charge of the pricing and it is dysfunctional, but hey, they're trying their best to accommodate our interests. And I'm leaving the negotiation feeling like that really wasn't possible. And I think that is unusual for a negotiation for something that really, given the size of the county budget and all of the things that the city of Sonoma does to support the Valley, something like that, which would make everyone feel a lot better, couldn't have been done. I am really disappointed, but I think this contract, the cost every year needs to be very closely monitored, and some other solutions need to be come up with. And I think historically we have sort of figured out how to afford things, but now, and maybe it's just that it hasn't been made clear because we're such a small city, but 50% of our total revenue is down for the quarter. And so it's like, it's not really fair to ask our staff to bear all of the burden of, reductions when they don't make up that much of a percentage of our budget, and we care about them too. And so we're trying to figure out what is the most fair and equitable way to make sure that the needs of the town are met, but also like the staff that actually works for the city of Sonoma isn't the only group that has to have cuts, because that's not fair. Anyway, we're in the position of having this contract, so I will vote for it. And thank you everybody for all your hard work.
Mayor Harvey, if I may, just really quickly, is say to the council, and I want to thank Madeline because she does come to the police department. She does interact with our staff, and I did introduce her to a couple of our students that we do mentor, and she came and had lunch with us, and we were very appreciative of her. And all the council members, mayor, all you guys are always invited to come to the police department and interact with us. I have an open door policy with everybody, including you. And one of the things that definitely we always tried, from what Brett, the things that I learned from Brett and the things that he told me about the contract, that we've always worked with the city. When we introduced the traffic team, we wrote a grant for that, and that was established by a grant, and part of the wages were paid by the sheriff's office, and that was back in 2008. In 2013, the sheriff's office provided the cost of a new car for a canine, the canine itself, and the training, and then the city allocated a position to have the canine be part of the police department. So we help with that. So we've always helped the city. During the 2017 fires, there was overtime that was, went through the roof because of the fires that our city was being threatened. The cost was about $350,000. The sheriff's office decided to take that cost into their budget, so the city wouldn't feel the effects of that enormous cost. So I think that we can still work together. I think the goal of us is to work together with the city. We can't tell the deputy sheriff's associations what they can and cannot negotiate. They negotiate, they set a price, and those increases come, and that's what it costs. We can't control that. But to Councilmember Harrington, I do understand what you're saying. I think we as the chief and as being the first Latino chief, I understand that people do reach out to me, but I have to tell you that we have competent lieutenants to this date that they will interact with the Valley very well. And I can tell you a quick story of one of the lieutenants that I've worked with on patrol. I went to Roseland. I'm walking with him. We both got promoted to sergeants, and I'm walking in Roseland, and everybody knew who he was. And I'm like, "What do you do here?" He goes, "I walk out here all the time." I never spent any time in Roseland because I was really committed to Sonoma during my patrol time, and during my tenure as a sergeant. So he was committed to Roseland, which is Latino. Everybody knew him, and I'm like, I feel out of place. Everybody knows you and not me. And I go, and my wife works in this area, and I know some of the people out here, but they knew who he was. So I'm confident that we will put somebody in charge. We'll work together, and I think that we do have an open door policy with you. Please come into my office, or I'll go to your office, and we'll have conversations, and we can work together. I am totally confident that we can work together. Thank you very much, Mayor, for letting me talk.
You're welcome, Chief. Not a problem. I mean, so I'll start off by saying I do think that we get and have gotten a high quality of service, especially from the chief. I think that our joint resources have been invaluable throughout our multiple disasters that we've suffered over a period of time. And I think it's really important. The school resources officer is one of the most vital positions to me. There have been a number of threats made at schools, and those relationships were important during that time. Kids knew who the cop was. They had a good relationship with the police officer there, and the individuals were identified and taken aside and spoken to, and I think that is super important. I think developing that relationship with law enforcement early is really important, and I think that's a crucial role. So I'm pleased to see that it's saved. I agree with the comments made by Councilmember Harrington regarding just the kind of equity of a contract and a good faith effort. I do think, absolutely, this is one community. It's divided by a line that is not very real, except for it's a governmental line. And it's one that I think Orlando does a good job of bringing people together. And I think that bringing a new person in, I think that we're going to be we're going to be paying for a lot of that time. And I think it's important to bring the community together. I think that Orlando's done a great job of building good relationships there. And I think we're sacrificing some of those or we're just paying for those to continue. And I think it's a disservice to the city in that way. I think it's unfortunate the way that the contract's gone. But I've expressed those comments previously, so I'll stop it there. I think the contract and the cost is in a difficult situation. I think a lot of people renegotiated budgets during the good times. In January, we were looking at a successful economy and a growth in our hotel revenue and new hotels coming online. And I think the county had similar projections for their budgets and negotiated increases. And I think that now we need to be cognizant of the reality that we're in now, 4 months later, which is very different. It's disappointing that we don't have the leverage and we don't have the ability to sit down with the officers that serve our community and negotiate cuts that would be more acceptable and provide the high quality of service that our citizens are accustomed to and deserve. I hope that the reopener with the Board of Supervisors and the sheriffs goes well. And I hope that we can come to agreement there and that can be more beneficial. But it is unfortunate to be in a place where we don't feel like we have control over it. And it is unfortunate. I think I really am upset by the 80-20 split going away. I think that is unacceptable because I think we will absolutely be providing those services. So with that, I guess we'll go ahead and go ahead.
Mayor Harvey, can I maybe just add one other item before I ask you someone to move the resolution? There is the school resource officer, and I might ask Captain Ingram to speak. So the city, the school district, and the county have had an agreement, and I think it's either a rolling 3-year agreement or a 5-year agreement. So that agreement was supposed to be coming back to the council also for extension. In light of this conversation, we kind of needed to know how this conversation was going to go. I just want to lay this out that there's kind of another piece here that we still have to figure out. And I'm not sure how we're going to quite do that yet. So just want to publicly say I'll need to work with Captain Ingram. And again, if you all are making that decision later in June, how do we kind of work that through getting something in front of the school district, the city, and the Board of Supervisors? So there is this other piece of the puzzle that still will need to be kind of worked through. So Captain Ingram, I don't know if you have any other comments on that right now, but I just wanted to waive that as a follow-up item.
I think as it pertains to the SRO, I think we do have a little bit of time. I think there's a lot of uncertainty as to when the kids will be going back to school. So I think that unfortunately for the kids, but sort of fortunately for us, it plays into our favor. I think if the decision can't be made tonight or even within the next few weeks or so, it may be something that we can get done prior to the kids going back to school. I'm hearing, it's sort of all over the place, but I'm hearing September, I'm hearing a mixture of distance learning until next year. So I think we do have a little bit of time to work on that. And I don't know if it's a decision that ultimately really has to be made tonight. I think that we can work through it through the month of June and maybe into July.
Great. This was more just as a,
so that we can.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to let council know that this is another potential contract that we'll have to figure out and along with the status. We also, Mayor Harvey, I'm not sure that did we go out on public comment on this one?
Yes, we did.
We did. We talked with Laura. Yes, sorry. It's been a bouncy item. So great.
All right, we got a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Oh, I have to say, move to
Roll call
approve.
vote?
But you want me to read the resolution?
No,
No. All righty.
unless we need to.
No.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Amy.
Rachel.
Thank you.
Amy, sorry.
Rachel,
Roll call.
whatever you want. It's fine.
Oh, I couldn't figure out how to unmute my Zoom at that moment. for some
Go
reason.
ahead, go with
Go with-
Rachel.
I will take the second, please.
Okay. Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte,
Aye.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Henley,
Aye.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Okay, great. I've had a couple requests by council to take a small break. So let's go ahead and do that so everybody can get a glass of water, whatever they need to do. I appreciate your time, Chief Orlando, and all you do for our community.
Thank you.
Thank you for being
Thank
here.
you.
And thank
Thank
you,
you, Captain Ingram.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Harvey, when do you want to come back?
Let's do 5 minutes, 10 minutes. What do we need? 5 minutes?
5 minutes,
5
preferably.
minutes max, yeah.
About 10 o'clock, 10 p.m.
How about in 2 weeks?
Oh, there you go.
Anyway, because I want to check my mail.
Encroachment permits and or license agreements to allow the city's businesses to expand their operating space, utilizing public sidewalks, the plaza, Grandstand Amphitheater, public right-of-way, or their own property or neighboring properties with appropriate documentation and consent from property owners while respecting social distancing requirements and finding this project exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to section whatever. Pass it over to the city manager.
Great, thank you, Mayor Harvey. So I think council is well aware of what we are facing, what we're trying to do here. The goal is as our business community starts to open, and based on the governor's signaling today, that may be even sooner for some of our restaurants and broader retail. So looking forward to that. What we want to do as staff is we want to have the tools in order to allow our businesses, particularly wine tasting rooms and restaurants, to have additional space and be creative so they can deal with the social distancing requirements that we're facing. So we're recommending a variety of tools, a licensing agreement for use of private space, a public space, a tool for use of temporary use permits, all to be done administratively by staff. And at this point, we've been working with, I want to thank Mayor Harvey and Vice Mayor Hunley that have been working with us on this. And the team has been also, and joining us tonight are the executive directors of what I call our three engines, economic engines. And that is Mark Bodenhammer with the Chamber of Commerce, Tim Zahner with Visitors Bureau, and Maureen Cottingham with Vintners and Growers. So the three of them work really well together and have been cooperating and working with their members and supporting each other. So the goal tonight is to basically have the tools so we can move forward with what I'm going to call there's too many phases and parts, but kind of an initial response, and really want to be able to work individually with our businesses and support both retailers and restaurants to be ready to meet and open when we're ready. There may be grander ideas that we may still want to do, but honestly, there's a lot to do just to help people maybe even be able to open in the next couple of weeks. And there's a lot of individualization that we are looking at. So broader plans might come, but at this point, we just want to be ready to move and have the tools in hand to do that. I'm going to maybe ask Mark from the chamber to speak briefly, and then maybe of the other three to give an update they submitted a letter on your behalf, and then I'll turn to our council subcommittee to make comments before we go to questions as well. So maybe Mark, in terms of, because there's definitely, maybe just let me mention one other thing. I think it's important to speak that the city has a contract with the chamber. And so we don't have our own economic development manager here in the city. We are kind of too small for that. But the city does have a contract with the chamber. And that's really, Mark Bodenhammer's executive director wears two hats. He's kind of the city's economic development manager, and he's executive director of the chamber, and then working in, in cohesion with Vintners and Growers and Visitors Bureau. So Mark is wearing both those hats. And I do want to turn it to Mark to kind of give an update, and then maybe Tim and Maureen, any updates on your behalf, and then we'll move forward. So Mark.
Thank you, Kathy, and thank you, Mayor and council members, for having us tonight. Me, Tim, and Maureen all chatted, and I think just in the interest of everybody's time and the technology limitations, I'm just going to kind of go through all of this. And then Tim and Maureen are here and available to answer questions, but I was selected to just make a quick presentation. So first of all, I want to really extend a thank you on behalf of all three organizations, our boards, and our memberships to Mayor Harvey and Vice Mayor Hundley for your support and dedication to serving on the Economic Recovery Committee. Really appreciate your time, and actually everybody on the council has been extremely supportive and thoughtful and gone out of their way to support our business community, and it really does mean a lot. I think that the community efforts that we have seen have made a huge difference, and I really just want to encourage everybody to keep going. We are starting to see some reopening, but it's going to be a long, slow process, and these businesses really do need your support. I think Mayor Harvey mentioned earlier, the small independent businesses that we take so much pride in our community are very much at risk. And it's not going to be little family run operations that replace them if they go out. So we do want to just keep doing everything we can to support them. So with that, you see the letter that we submit. It's a 3-point plan that is very much a phase 1, and this is designed to give some immediate tools to businesses all around the city of Sonoma. It's a 3-part plan. Part 1 is, as Kathy went over, use of spaces in around the businesses. So that's sidewalks, alleyways, courtyards, but maybe neighboring businesses. It could even be a parking lot. So for example, we've used the example of Hot Monk. They've got a parking lot in the back. They might use some of that space for additional seating, or if it was a retailer, they could put some of their products out in public spaces or in areas outside of their immediate place of business. Tasting rooms might be able to get out and do a little bit of expanded tastings out in the public area. And it's really just designed to give everybody access to more square footage, because the social distancing requirements are going to be very complicated, especially here in Sonoma, where our real estate is kind of quirky and unique and not laid out in nice, big, easy squares. It would be easy to split up. So we just want to give everybody a first round of tools to use. I think this will give all businesses a lot of freedom and flexibility. It's applicable to all different business types. So, whether it's restaurants, retailers, wineries, office space, whatever it is, this applies universally and just gives people different ways to creatively expand their spaces. And I think it's something that other communities are looking at and have adopted similar strategies. And I think it would be really efficient and effective here. Part 2 of the plan is use of the plaza for some outdoor picnic space. We have this amazing resource right in the center, in the heart of our town. And if we can smartly use that to provide some additional seating for some of the food businesses, I think that'll be a good way for them to expand their ability to make sales and get their numbers up. And then last is use of the Grinstead Amphitheater. I think that's a really amazing resource that we have here that we underuse. I would love to see it used more all throughout the year, but particularly right now. It's a great tool that we can put into place. We could do outdoor tastings. The retailers could do fashion shows or product demonstrations or things like that. We thought it would be really fun to work with the wineries. They could potentially do contactless tastings, and we could put a table out there where someone could pour a bunch of tastes and then step away, and people could, with some social distancing, obviously we need to figure out a solution for checking IDs and things like that. But basically it's just using the community resources and assets that we already have to help businesses navigate this time period. Goal here is not a silver bullet. This is creating a patchwork of different solutions that are going to help different businesses in different ways. This might be something where an individual business may use one of these three things. They might use all three, and we're not really sure what's going to be most beneficial, but I think it gives people a bunch of different options. And as Kathy said, we are still continuing to explore other ideas. I know that there was a public comment letter and some interest from people in the community to explore larger scale things like shutting down streets and kind of creating a larger public gathering space. And that's something we might explore, but there's definitely a lot of consensus building that we need to do. We need to get input from everybody in the community, public safety officers and people like that before we jump into something quite that grand. So we'll be evaluating those things. We might do some smaller scale test runs if there are neighborhoods or certain segments of the plaza area or anywhere in Sonoma that, there's a consensus with that group of businesses. But we don't want to do something that's detrimental to any operator, anybody who's gone through this challenge. We're just really sensitive to that right now. So we want to be inclusive and just come up with a plan that we think gives people some additional flexibility to navigate the next, however many months as we get through this difficult phase. And I think this will achieve that to begin with, and then we'll continue working on your behalf to look at all the additional options moving forward. So with that, all three organizations are here to answer questions. I do want to thank Tim and Maureen for your partnership. Really has been amazing, just totally seamless across the board. All of our organizations are just really so focused on everybody in the community. It's not, there's no lines between whose memberships and who's, taking the lead on anything. It's just very much a team effort. And that goes beyond our organizations. It's city staff and council members and everybody. So really proud of the community, and we just appreciate everybody's support.
Mayor Harvey, may I, before we jump, maybe to one comment I know that has been a question is kind of ABC liquor license. And I know Maureen has been kind of leading this, and I think that's an important piece so the public understands, and in particular, like how that would work for restaurants and tasting rooms. And again, how you could serve and maybe serve and be on the plaza or serve and be on the sidewalk. So Maureen, do you want to maybe just speak briefly to that?
Sure. Hi. Sorry, I needed to unmute myself. Just on Friday evening, we've been working with a consultant, Mike Brewer, who has been working with the ABC, and on Friday evening announced the expansion of license footprint and extension of regulatory relief. This is the fourth relief that the ABC has granted, and essentially the department has granted that temporary authorization is given for areas adjacent to adjacent areas under the control of the license. So indoor areas that are accessible from within the license premise, outdoor areas that are accessible from the license area but not currently licensed, indoor and outdoor areas under the control of the licensee, and one or more other businesses, parking lots, sidewalks, and other public thoroughfares that are closed to public access during the period of service. And finally, other areas with close proximity to the license permit area that are immediately accessible to the licensee. So those are the main areas that have been granted temporary expansion under this regulatory relief.
Thank you, Maureen. I just think that's a really important piece, because without that, some of our ideas wouldn't work as well. But that regulatory relief really opens up, I think, a lot of room for creativity and an ability to have some of our businesses used in different places. So with that, Mayor Harvey and Vice Mayor Hunley, do either of you, as the committee, like to make some comments?
I see Sam.
Sure, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Sam does. Yeah, it's been a very interesting and exciting discussion. I think a lot of people out there have seen articles about cities in Europe and even Berkeley kind of doing these big street fair type things. And from the city side, we are completely open and excited about big ideas like that. But as the more we talked about it, and then talked to the businesses that would be involved, it became more apparent that if this is truly for the businesses' best interest to support them, then we should let them take the lead. So this phase, which I'm calling phase A because everything else has numbers, it's just kind of a sort of individual creative process. And we have talked about some possibility of pilots for something a little bit bigger. And, the other part of it is, in Sonoma, you have anything that's outside and fun, and you end up having lots of people show up. So I think by having that a little further down the road, it could be at a time where we can be a little closer to each other. So I'm excited to see what people come up with. And, this policy that we are considering tonight is just a very sort of like expedient and flexible, accommodating process for letting businesses decide what they want to do and where they want to go. And then we can see if more space is needed, and then also see if there's maybe a group of businesses or a block of businesses that could create a plan together to do something a little bigger. So I think from the angle of supporting local businesses, which is what this is truly about, I think this is hitting the nail on the head.
Yeah. Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate your comments and of yours, Maureen and Mark. It's been wonderful to work with the chamber, with SVGA, and with Tim from the Visitors Bureau. I've also had a number of discussions with business owners throughout the community and with members of the public, and everybody seems to kind of have the same focus, which is save our small businesses, make sure that Sonoma comes back as good, as high quality, as economically vibrant, and as safe as possible. And I think we're really trying to work to do that. We're opening the doors to a lot of creativity and opening up public spaces. There is, as Vice Mayor Hundley mentioned, a lot of community support for blocking off streets in the plaza. And it's something that I'm definitely very interested in and would be excited to do. But the end goal of this is to support the businesses that are on the plaza. And what we've heard from them broadly is they're a little uneasy about some of that. Some of them are uneasy about it. Other ones, don't necessarily want to have their tables out in the street because they got to buy umbrellas and the rest of it. So there's a lot of complications once you kind of get into the nuance of it. I also think, I think that may be a strategy that we open up later on in the process, because if we did it now, I don't think we'd have the kind of numbers or comfortability with the kind of numbers that would make that a vibrant and open space. And so I think it's something we should keep in our back pocket. It's something that I would love to see as an eventuality. I think we should work towards that and getting everybody comfortable there, because I think it would really open up a lot of interesting possibilities, drive people to the city of Sonoma, and be wonderful. But I think for now, opening up the plaza, allowing more spaces there, allowing restaurateurs the ability and other businesses. I love Mark's idea about the fashion show at the Grinstead Theater. I think that creative utilization of that space and support of local businesses is extremely important. And I just love the creativity that's come out of the group and the collaboration and the support that we've heard from the community that just want to get this economic engine started again in a safe, responsible manner and make sure that our local businesses are able to survive what is a very major challenge.
Mayor Harvey, maybe the issue of safety, I think, as we talk about reopening, maybe Mark, you can speak to that. There's been a lot of conversation about safety, and the team has some concepts that they're rolling on safety. So maybe that's the last piece, because again, we got to be able to open safely. And I just want the public to know, our residents to know, there's been a lot of thought in this. So Mark, can you speak to that, or someone else on the team?
Yeah, maybe Tim, do you want to jump in and chat about the two safety programs we're working on?
Sure. Well, first, I think just to clarify, Kathy, are you talking about safety of people dining outside, or?
my understanding that there's a variety of Sonoma Valley Safe that a program and efforts and training and the materials. There's all been a lot of thought going into this.
Yeah, okay, good, thank you. Just want to make sure we're on the same page. So yeah, we're going to roll out a program, Sonoma Valley Safe, which allows businesses to show with a graphic identity that they're following and exceeding, hopefully, all current health and safety requirements. So especially when it comes to whatever the county or the city gives us for time for reopening, they can get a decal, says Sonoma Valley Safe, which shows the businesses participating in that. Also other graphics that will remind people to, social distance or physical distance or whatever we're calling it. Wear masks if that's required. The 6 foot spacing. So it's really just a quick reminder that'll allow businesses to show they're following safety rules and allow visitors to say, hey, our customers to say, hey, this business is safe, so I should be as well. We look to roll that out soon. Of course, there's not direct, just to Councilmember Hunley's point, everything seems to change and have different phases. We're not exactly sure what phase this will fall in, but we're doing the preliminary work now so that we can move it out. And Mark, what was the second one?
The other one is the reopen kits that we have put together.
The safety and sanitation kits, thank you, that we've got together, and we just rolled those out this morning. So we have a form where businesses, especially small businesses that don't have access to safety and sanitation, like a lot of retail, they don't have those kind of relationships that maybe a restaurant or lodging does. So they can order from a local vendor. Mark and Maureen working on them. What does a business need to be able to reopen? So it's going to be a neat kit that they can quickly get access to what they need. And again, we mentioned the bigger companies might move a little faster or have a little more purchasing power. So hopefully this levels the playing field a little bit for the smaller businesses.
I just wanted to throw in it. So it's Safe Sonoma Valley. Sonoma Valley Safe.
Sonoma Valley Safe. Yeah.
Sonoma Valley Safe. Sorry that I get questions from people asking about like back of the house practices and like, can you really go in there? And I remember before everything got shut down, some restaurants started listing their protocols, and so this way it's like exactly that they are going through extra steps even when you can't see what people are doing, and so you can see their little sticker on the door and know that they're taking it all very seriously.
I think having a cohesive message that we're all doing that is crucial. I think it provides security for residents that are here, that yes, we are a tourist economy, people are coming in, but that we're addressing the safety of our local community. It allows people that come in to know that they're coming into a safe area, and it protects the workers and the businesses that are severely impacted by being kind of on that front line. We want to make sure that they're safe as well. So I think it's a really smart and thoughtful approach to have a unified front going towards it. And I just appreciate the connection between the three of you and how well you work together. Is we're very lucky to have it, and then the connection into the city with Kathy, and just pleased to be on the subcommittee with Rachel.
So Mayor Harvey, if you want to go to any council questions, otherwise we can go to public comment and then come back to council.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
I talked to Kathy earlier today about the possibility of expanding the resolution to include closing streets later without coming back to the council for a new approval. And I was wondering from the subcommittee, do you think that's a good idea, or do you think it's better to, not that we would do it now, but that we would just have the authority there so that at the time, if it made sense, you could go forward and do it? What do you think about that? Or would you rather come back if that's a new plan?
I mean, for me personally, I feel like that's such a huge discussion. Which streets? How do you do it? What times a day? Is it the weekend or not? All of those kinds of questions come into play. And I think it's appropriate for the broader council to have comment on all of that. So to me, it makes sense to come back and discuss it as a council. I'm happy to pass on that authority, but I think that it makes more sense to me that this come back to council, that we have a broader discussion about it, that we are all in agreement about which streets. Is it just weekends? Is it every single day of the week? And the rest of it, because there's concerns about parking, about traffic flow, about police and fire, about which businesses will be covered. And all that. So I think it's important that we have a robust discussion just about streets if we're going to be going that direction. I don't know how Vice Mayor Hunley feels about it.
I appreciate that suggestion, and I think that if it was something that we thought that might like pop up quickly, that it would make sense. But I also think that the public might have some things to share about it. So even if we authorized it now and then came back to talk about it, or we could just wait to authorize it later, I think that I think it's good for us to have a discussion, and it gives a little more spotlight on what's happening. So I think I'd like talking about it with all of you guys.
Okay.
Mark's got his finger up. Go, Mark.
I just have a question, just a technicality. Isn't that something that theoretically, I mean, obviously I agree with the point that we should have consensus and have it discussed in public, but if it was going to be a limited, a single block and there was, consensus among the businesses, couldn't that just be done through a special activity permit or something through the city? Or is that something that, any event would have to go through a city council process to get a special event permit along those lines? And
I do think that having some flexibility to have a perhaps pilot project on a perhaps
maybe not a full
somewhere.
street block off, but all the parking spots in front of a business or things like that.
I was just thinking like whatever the tools are necessary so that like, because we have a subcommittee and all these people involved, that you have all those tools. I mean, whatever you guys are working on it, I don't know.
I think that if the council wanted tonight, I mean, I don't know if we can even define what a pilot project might look like. If it was something that was like, say, blocking off the parking spaces on one side of one block on the plaza, to be determined, perhaps.
So I'll just, maybe when we do public comment, Jeff Walter can look at the reso and how it was agendized to see if there's an ability to add this at this point too. I think, again, if, for example, if someone was just going to come forward with a special event and say they wanted, like when we do Hit the Road Jack, right? You block off the street, it's blocked off for a day, it's a trial, and that goes to the CSCC typically, versus if it doesn't go to council. I think on this, if we're going to do a special event permit, I'm not sure. I wouldn't. It makes sense because it's different to have that be a council decision per se, or a subcommittee delegated decision. The other, if Jeff's comfortable, what you could do maybe is kind of put in a beta test where maybe you test something and you're able to move and do a little test drive, but anything more permanent, probably, would be good to come back and really have a little broader dialogue on. So, but for example, maybe you want to, we're going to try a weekend and we're going to shut down this piece and you're going to try for a weekend. Maybe you want to be able to do that and not have to come back. Just the other thing I'm sensitive about is just timing. We've got a number of meetings in June, so it wouldn't be a big deal to throw a staff report on, have that conversation at the end of June if we got there. But we will be dark for about 3 weeks or so in July. So the other way to do this is at the end of June, do a pulse check about where we are. And then if we do need to add that, if you want to add it at that point, you could also do that because this feels a little more like a July. I'm just, who knows timing anymore, right? But it does feel like it's a little later versus right away. So those are just a few other thoughts.
I think it's a
couple of comments here. When we were meeting with the group a week or so ago, the chief of police and the fire chief were part of the conversation, and they weighed in pretty strongly opinionated that the closing down the roads around the plaza was for them a major problem. So I think if we're going to do that, it really behooves this issue to come back to the full council, even on a weekend basis. The agenda item that's agendized for the council tonight does include use of parking areas and roadways. So if the council were interested in amending the resolution to authorize the closure of one or more streets on an experimental basis, I think it could be done under the Brown Act. But given the comments that we've received from the law enforcement officials, I think it behooves a larger discussion before you start shutting down streets and which one and what time period, et cetera.
Well, that was we were talking about First Street West, which is a very sensitive street. But I mean, it sounds like if we come up with something in the next couple weeks that's brilliant, we can just come back at the next meeting and present it to the council and then get a blessing.
And it's just to clarify, it sounds like we already have authority on parking spaces and the like.
Yes, the resolution was written in order to allow a business to use the parking spaces in front, a business to use a piece of the plaza. So there's a lot of, again, staff will be looking at all these things, but yes.
So,
Madeline?
yeah, could I ask a question? So the flavor, everything that's on the plaza, of course, is part of the Sonoma flavor. And that includes our retailers. Whoever can answer this, I'm asking possibly Mark, what role are they playing in this? Because I think they're just sort of a different type of an animal.
Sure. So we've reached out to a number of different businesses and given them the opportunity to provide some input and feedback on these things. And it's really just kind of been, we've gotten a lot of proactive feedback from people in all different types of businesses. I think the goal overall with this first batch of suggested changes is really finding things that are going to be universally applicable and useful for all different business types. And I'm pretty confident that what we've put together is going to be helpful for all the different businesses without creating any types of, complications for them. So we've definitely done our outreach and made sure that people were aware of what these kind of 3 topics were. And I do think that some of the retailers have some concerns about the street closures and things like that, because parking is such an essential part of their business. And that's really why we want to be so sensitive here, especially in this time period. So, I think whatever we decide with regard to potential street closures, they're going to be a big part of that process, and we'll make sure that their needs are met and that they have equal opportunities to utilize whatever tools the city's giving businesses.
Okay, thanks.
And one more thing I wanted to throw in is that I think a lot of people think of the plaza, but the things that are on the resolution tonight is the entire city. So shopping centers, like everywhere, there could be interesting things happening on a one-off basis.
Yeah, maybe just one other thing to add. The way it's written is, again, these are administrative staff. The resolution basically gives us the ability to waive some regulations, work through things, and really be creative with our businesses in this very unique time. And then, so this would really be planning staff working primarily with individuals to create these licensing agreements, and the city attorney's office try to create some simple structure that we can put together. So we can do, it may not be completely over the counter, but we can go out, meet with folks, we can turn quickly. There's a lot of work here to do for staff to do this outreach.
And our hope is really to encourage new partnerships between businesses. I think there's a lot of potential for, some cross promotion where maybe a retailer and a restaurant are next door to each other and they work together to potentially, share some of the space in front of the retailer or vice versa. And throughout this entire COVID shutdown, I've probably said 1,000 times, businesses are so creative, they will come up with the solutions. And I think this measure that we're looking at right now is just designed to kind of unleash that and let them all figure out what works best for them. And again, our real estate is so quirky. When we did the walk around the plaza, we saw all these little courtyards and alleyways and interesting spaces that could be totally useful. I was down at Della Santina's and they were talking with the Bear Moon people. And there's this beautiful alleyway that leads to a back patio that's just sitting there unused in between their businesses. And they were already talking about how they can work together and the benefits for both of them. So those are the type of things that we're hoping to see happen, and just, flip the switch and let that creativity go wild.
That's wonderful. Do we have additional questions? All right.
I have one thing. Can I just sneak in there? Sorry. One thing we did not address in there was changing hours. And I don't know, maybe Jeff, if you want to either shoot me down or or give me a heads up one way or another. But things like, I think we have local restrictions on tasting rooms hours, and wondering if we can allow those to be expanded a little bit, or if that's something that we should come back with later. Because, you know, there's two ways to increase physical distancing. One is by more space, and the other is by extending hours and spreading people out over time. So
And what is it now? Is it 5?
I believe it's 6.
6, yeah.
6 p.m. No, because Pangloss stays open later than that. I think most of them have till 10.
Oh, really?
Let's have, maybe we're taking public comment. We can have David Storr look quickly in the Muni Code.
Yeah, I don't think it's the
and
same
check
for
and
everybody.
see.
I think
Is the
But we're
tasting
talking
room-
about doing early morning tastings, right?
Exactly.
Well,
I
there-
usually do those.
Well, at 4 a.m.?
Yeah.
Maybe municipal code sections at issue, as well as use permit conditions of approval that may have a bearing on hours. And I think it gets problematic to be changing those without going through the process. But we can take a look at whether through an emergency declaration of some kind, we can empower the council to modify those on a temporary basis.
All right.
Cool.
All right, guys, we got to get to public comment. So let's do it. Awesome. Thank you, Jeff. I'm going to go ahead and open the session for public comment. And if anyone wants to raise their hand, we've got 2. Good. Let's start with Laura and then Jennifer and then Tom. It's a race. Laura, you're on.
Sorry, am I on, in fact?
Yes, you are on, in fact.
Sorry, tech
Thanks
challenges.
for joining us.
Yes, thank you for having me. Partly, thank you all for bearing with us. Part of the challenge we have is that under normal circumstances, we would simply walk across the plaza and talk with any of you. And we recognize that as much of the challenge we're facing right now is trying to relearn how to do our business and how to interact with the city and all of the fine organizations that support us. We are on the Sign of the Bear on First Street West. And in fact, our experience has been of finding out about these plans really by accident. And I want to make sure that I really appreciate Councilmember Agamani asking about retail, because in fact, the retailers we know have not yet been involved in the planning process. And as in so much in life, like the devil is in the details. Our main goal is for as many independent Sonoma businesses as possible to be here and thriving in 2021. And what I see often in life is that when you're looking at things from the outside, really nobly intended changes in regulation put us out of business, or conversely, simple tweaks that would make a difference for one party or another don't happen because all the people aren't at the table. We really regularly see that First Street West has problems with parking in COVID-19. We're here refinishing our floors, and there are traffic problems now because the gift and the challenge of Sonoma is it's beautiful. People like to come to the park, and we're really worried that it is our observation that the number one complaint we've had from customers for 20 years is they don't stop if they can't park. And I recognize that there are also opportunities to be creative, but if there are lane closures and parking closures around the actual plaza itself during business hours, I think it's really could kill us. We've all been, I recognize we're all in this boat of no income for 3 months, and also really loving all of the many wonderful small businesses that make Sonoma so special. And part of it is the resolution is so broad, we're really concerned because if it's after or before store hours, of course, we want to support all of the extra access of restaurants and other businesses. But we don't see that being able to put our wares outside offsets parking spaces being taken away or lanes being reduced. And conversely, stuff that's off the immediate plaza is fine. I think that would not prohibit traffic flow. Sorry, I'm a little incoherent here. I'm super appreciative that everyone is working very hard at so many different jobs. But we're aware that we're privileged to serve customers who are often older, who don't live in walking distance. You know, we serve a valley of 40,000 people. And one of the things that we sell a lot of are things like microwaves or toasters that are not amenable to bicycles. And we hope to continue to serve Sonoma and to be able to participate in making rules that in helping rules be worked out that support restaurants and hospitality, but don't kill the independent retail on the plaza.
Thank you, Laura.
Yeah, thank you all very much.
I greatly appreciate your comments. Thank you. They're well taken. Next, we have Jennifer Palladini. Oh, we got Tom Collin, or she was first. So we should do Jennifer first.
Hi, I emailed in support of this resolution and am generally supportive of businesses expanding into parking areas. And, I like the idea of closing off, maybe one row of parking along the plaza. However, I do have concerns about expanding into the plaza itself because it is a public park. It's already pretty crowded. And if parts of the plaza become blocked off for only customers of businesses, that's going to crowd the non-paying public closer together in what is, again, our public park. So I would just like to make sure that you keep that in mind, that plaza really is designed to be enjoyed by everybody in Sonoma, not just those who are customers of businesses.
Thank you, Jennifer. Tom? Paging Major Tom.
Courtesy telephone, Tom. Poor guy.
Give it another minute.
There is a phone number that people can call in for Zoom, right, Rebecca?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
Can we give that phone number and then allow Tom to jump in if he calls it? Because I think he's going to want to comment on the next item too.
He can call in. If you do that, you just need to make sure you mute your audio on your computer. Otherwise, you'll get lots of feedback.
Do we know the phone number?
It's on the
agenda.
Yeah, it's on the station.
Should we move on to Matt Metzer?
Let's go to Matt Metzler and then we'll give Tom another shot.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of technical problems. I had to switch computers 3 times because it turns out Zoom doesn't really work on my daughter's Chromebook.
It's your browser.
Well, I guess I got it anyway.
Somebody slapped me to know that answer.
We're not supposed to comment during public comment, Matt.
Oh, I'm
Chromebooks have Chrome.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a Chromebook. This has happened before. Anyway.
They want you to use Google Hangouts. That's why.
Right. Anyway, just about this item, I've been hearing for the whole last 30 years about parking on the plaza. And for the last 5 years, I've been talking with the council and the commission about bicycle parking. 1 car parking space accommodates 12 bicycles. In Portland, when they converted streets to bicycle parking, they said there was a huge increase. The merchants called them rolling wallets because so many more customers could come by bicycle in the same space that they could come by car. And I really, there's a couple of restaurants on the plaza that I don't even go in because they're always so crowded. Well, I'm definitely not going to be able to go in once they reopen because there's no way we can have physical distance. And I really think converting at least some parking spaces on First Street West or First Street East, converting some of those to be able to allow the restaurants to put tables out in the street to provide physical distance would be a really great way to go. It could, there's a lot of things we could do that could really encourage tourists to come back to Sonoma if they know that they can be safe and physically distant, and once they get here, they don't have to drive. They can wander around the plaza. They can find a place to eat. And maybe you guys should even look into the people's liquor license, if that would allow them to also serve drinks if they have tables out on the street. Anyway, I just really wanted to encourage the council to make the plaza, once we reopen, more for people and less for cars. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. We've got a 933 number. I'm going to guess that is Tom Conlon.
Thank you. Tom Conlon here. Can you hear me?
Yay, we can.
Hey.
Thank you for your patience. And I was on an earlier Zoom call in the same browser session, and somehow it's just not letting me into this particular Zoom meeting. I really want to say I appreciate the creativity that's being talked about here, especially Kathy's idea of a toolkit and staying flexible, and some of the ideas that have been brought forward by what she called the three engines of our local economy. And I just looked at a statistic that said that Spot Hero, which is a phone app, has recorded that parking demand has gone down as low as 90% reduced in this period. And I realized that this reduction in automobile traffic and car storage and parking, and the concomitant explosion in walking and bicycling that people who are stuck at home are now wanting to do, is what makes possible this new real estate asset that we have, which is available for us to use to solve this business problem that so many of our local businesses have. So I very much am in support of this. I do want to be sure, and I underscore the comments of the police and fire. We want to encourage attention to safety, especially bicycle and pedestrian safety as they interact with motor vehicles, which are so dangerous. And although Jennifer and I hadn't spoken about this, I also share some of her comments about privatizing the public park. We do use the plaza now. Many businesses do on an event permit basis, and I think it would be inappropriate to use this approach, use this mechanism to either lease or grant that public space to commercial businesses on any more than the kind of event basis that's already well established in the city. So I would hope that you would remove the Grinstead and the plaza at this time, at least until we have had some pilot experience with some of the encroachment into the parking space, potentially even encroachment into the roadway space. Obviously, some of those adjacent parcels are good to use. I really think the ABC's language about adjacent makes sense. And especially if you're dealing with alcohol, you don't want to be having servers running back and forth across the road when cars are going back and forth. So I would encourage approving this, but taking Grinstead and the plaza out at this stage. And I want to say we're really in support and want to work with the business community to make this a success and solve some of the problems that Laura described about parking when parking is a free resource that is not well allocated to the people who need it the most, the shoppers at our area businesses and services. So thank you for consideration of my comments.
Thank you, Tom. Any additional comments? I'm seeing none. We'll go ahead and bring it back to the council.
Mayor Harvey?
Yes.
We did have multiple emails.
Oh, yeah, let's read those. Sorry.
The emails that I have are actually for the Broadway restriping item.
Okay, well, that's not this item.
Oh, nope.
Okay,
Sorry.
cool. So bring it back. Does anybody want to make a comment?
Yeah,
I would
Mayor.
like to comment.
David with his hand up, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to the three partners of the city and everything. I think it's a great idea. And I do like coming back to the council for any road closures, just so public can have weigh in. And it'll probably be a good time to do a time check to see how the business community is feeling as a whole, because like we did have one retailer talk about some of the issues. One thing that I want to make sure that we're really careful is with the ADA requirements, which makes it where people can, still come and, just be safe. But I think that it's in good hands, and I like this resolution, and I will be supporting it tonight. But I would like to come back and talk to police and fire and the public for any road closures at this time.
Okay. Councilmember Harrington. Gotta unmute.
I was just saying how great you are, Logan, but I guess I'll just skip ahead. I thank you to everybody for all of this good work. It's hard to know what the right things are, but I think it's awesome to have a lot of creativity and practical and business minds working on possible solutions. Personally, I don't think if the subcommittee and our partners came back and had a suggestion that I would be unlikely to vote against it. So I would like a heads up, but I would give you pretty broad authority subject to it being safe with regard to police and fire. So I'm comfortable with that. I also like, we're many things, but one of the things we're not is fast moving. So one of the reasons I thought about approving it in advance is because sometimes we're very slow. So I would rather just have the authority and then throw it back on an agenda to say, hey, we're doing this, than risk getting behind. But whatever people want to do is fine. I understand both sides of it. And I think that I look forward to seeing what people will do with this new leeway in terms of their own businesses and how we can support them. On the issue of using the plaza, in this moment in time, I sort of support doing whatever it takes to help our small businesses, but I also share the concerns of turning a public space into a commercial use. I do have concerns about that, and I think we'll just have to risk it, but my main concern is it's very hard to take away things once you give them. And so if we do it and it becomes a precedent and now we're using a public space for a commercial purpose, it's hard to take it away later. So I just want to make sure that the parameters on it are we're trying to get you started, we're trying to be helpful, but we can't have public spaces converted over to private commercial uses in the long term. So I don't know how you balance that, but right now I think we should probably err on the side of doing whatever we can do to make sure our businesses can function so that, we help protect them. So.
Great. Thank you, Amy. I want to give Mark a chance to chime in here. He wanted to make a comment with regards to that specific issue.
Yeah, so just a few of the things that came up I want to address, specifically to Laura's point about the parking. I think kind of the primary intent with this resolution is freeing up businesses outside of the plaza area who have parking lots that are private. And in any case, no matter, if something is presented to staff that is going to involve taking city street parking, absolutely count on the fact that we will come and make sure that everybody has a chance to weigh in on that. It's not something that we're going to just quickly come through. There is a process involved, and I think if there's any concerns about this intruding on somebody's space, that's going to be taken very seriously, especially in this time. With regard to the safety, that's one of the big reasons we did pull way back on some of the kind of grander scale ideas. There were concerns that were brought up that were very valid, and I think that we need to be slow. Obviously, we're taking a lot of steps to address public safety right now. And that's something we're definitely going to do. And then finally, with regard to the plaza and the amphitheater, we're envisioning this as, not taking over the entire plaza, but having some strategic pockets in maybe 4 of the corners and leaving, large chunks of the plaza open and accessible. We definitely want to find that balance. We don't want to take away from the community. I think people were super frustrated when we lost access to parks around Sonoma, and we don't want to come back and do that again. So it'll certainly be balanced. We'll be working with the community on all of this to ensure that there's a proper balance met, where we give businesses a chance to succeed, because nobody wants to lose our little family-run businesses in Sonoma, and nobody wants to lose the plaza. So we're cognizant of all those issues, and we'll be working together with staff and the community to make sure that those are addressed before we implement anything.
Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So, and Mark, also, we talked about unused space in the plaza. For example, the parking lot behind City Hall is not used at night, and it's not really usable space, but you could put tables out there, maybe numbered tables, 1 through 10. I don't know how much space is out there, and then perhaps order from a restaurant and say, I'm over at table 10, and have it there. It's kind of up to the creativity of our businesses, who are much more creative than we are, obviously, but gives them the chance to kind of play with it. But by no means was the intention to block off a public park for private use.
Madeline or Rachel?
Sure.
You want to make a comment? Or
Madeline?
Yeah, I have a comment. I'm glad that Laura Havlick spoke, because I think she mirrors what I'm thinking as well. I go to the plaza for a lot of different things. One of them, of course, to Fagoni's to get a housewarming gift, or for somebody, it's $15 and you're out of there. All kinds of stuff, tiddlywinks, all of those things that you can do. And I just want to make sure that they are part of this priority and part of the flavor of Sonoma. And I think I'm hearing it. I don't envy you the work you're doing, but I appreciate it.
Vice Mayor Hunley? Thank you, Madeline.
Just a couple more comments, but first a question, Kathy and or Jeff, does our resolution as written allow us to adjust the parking limitations ourselves? Say if we wanted to do like a 15-minute pickup parking.
I purposely added to the resolution, Vice Mayor Hunley, number 2, the city manager is authorized to create drop-off delivery parking spaces and a clear licensing program for the use of spaces for business expansion, and to reduce private parking requirements on a temporary basis. So I tried to kind of be pretty broad in there. I think, if we wanted to, again, we were envisioning we might want to create some drop-off locations and different things. So your specific question was wanting to see what?
So this would be about from the retail side, which perhaps is something that would be interesting to talk about at a future date, but spaces specifically for short-term, like popping in and picking up something and leaving.
Yep, the resolution says drop off delivery parking spaces. So I purposely put that in thinking that we might want to look at some of that. And it could be maybe we're reusing one of the taxi slots now, or we're whatever, I think that's kind of all up for grabs. I think if we were going to come back and change the time of the parking, we would need to come back to council, like changing from 3 hours to 2, that we'd need to come back to you on that. But I think the way this is written is there's an ability to really try to use parking spaces creatively.
Okay. And so,
I would agree.
City Attorney. Okay. Thank you. Just the thoughts on, I appreciate all the comments about the plaza. One of the interesting things we've discussed right now is that picnic tables are still on the closure list, and one of the reasons is because there is nobody appointed to sanitize them between. And so one of the things that we had talked about, whereas if there was some sort of at the peripheries or the corners, some sort of like assigned table seating, this is still like phase C, part of that is just sort of like being able to give some ownership over these tables so that somebody would be in charge of turning them over and sanitizing them so that someone else can sit by them. So that's like one of the things we talked about. And then Senator Dodd, I've talked to a lot lately, and ABC has been very flexible. And it sounds like that there's even more opportunities for any area that has a plan that they would like to propose to the ABC about something even like a little bit different. Like if we wanted to have tasting in the corners of the plaza, I'm not sure, but I just wanted to mention that because I appreciate his willingness to stick his neck out for Sonoma. And then finally, on parking sides, we also have had a lot of conversations about ADA parking and sort of the thought that some, maybe in City Hall, front of City Hall, it's like becomes all ADA, or just kind of trying to find sort of ways if an ADA space is being used of other kind of places. So that's on our in our minds. And then finally, so the parking issue is going to be interesting to see, because I think that the day that the state park lot is full is going to be a sign that we are like picking ourselves up again and stepping towards recovery. So we're so used to having like so many parking problems. It's like almost now it's, I'm interested to see how soon the day comes that that lot is full. And then sort of as a part of that, we've talked about parking education. And so if we're going to be anyway affecting parking, there's going to be parking. It's just that we need to make sure people understand. And then I don't know if we want to bring up the creative ideas about perhaps transporting people from somewhere else in an open air vehicle to get to the plaza. But there's a lot of creative ideas out there. And I think as the parking spaces fill, that there will be additional ideas of how to get people to the plaza so they can spend money.
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate the creativity. I appreciate the group that we've been working with. We have been discussing ADA and trying to make sure that there are high quality seats that look good, feel good, and make a great faith effort in that way. Retailers have been a part of the discussion, and I apologize to Laura that she has felt left out. And I think we need to make a better effort there to make sure that every business on the plaza feels like they've had a voice directly in this. And I'm sure the team will work on that. We take advice pretty well, and we're fairly creative and flexible. So I look forward to seeing that. Absolutely, we've talked about parking a lot, and I think creative ideas and trolleys and things like that have come up, as Rachel mentioned, really important. As far as public space, I agree. It is not something that I generally would love to do, which is hand off public spaces to private businesses. But I think we're in extreme times right now. And I think supporting our small businesses is really important. I agree that we need to make sure we have a good exit strategy on how that rolls back and when that rolls back. And some of the discussions we've had is just to kind of add more seating to the plaza in general and allow businesses to kind of do to go and bring that food element into the plaza. It'd really be public seats that could be used by restaurants. The question is always who sanitizes them, who cleans up after the mess, all that kind of stuff. And we don't really want to put that all on Public Works and our park staff. But with the social distancing, I mean, you think about restaurants like Oso, they barely can fit people in there as is. And if they've got to add 6 feet limits, it's going to be absolutely crushing for them. You think about wineries like Bennett Valley Cellars that have very, very small spaces. And those are going to be problematic. And I think, some restaurants have a major advantage and have big parking lots. You think of Red Grape and the rest of it that have that kind of back area that can take advantage of it, but others don't. And so creating that flexibility, creating that kind of all in it together community is really, really important. It's what we're going to be continuing to working for. And I think we can do it flexibly and creatively and work the right way, but always in concert with the community and keeping community support, always in concert with our retailers, as well as our restaurateurs and our wineries to try to create a collaborative solution that works for everybody. And I appreciate people who've reached out, and I appreciate all the hard work of the subcommittee and of our city manager and our 3 entities that work together beautifully to do it. And I appreciate the support from council. So with that, let's go for a vote. Oh, Kathy's
Just
got
Mayor Harvey,
the last word.
there was a question about times for wine tasting rooms. So basically the general operation for wine tasting rooms is from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. But by appointment or invitation only, it's 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. So if you're gonna do a pickup, you could do some things earlier, but it basically is, you know, up till 10 o'clock at night. So there is some flexibility within the current regulations for wine tasting facilities.
And I think, I mean, one of the hallmarks of Sonoma is these small businesses. It's so key. I mean, I walked around 6th Street in Denver, and it's horrible. There's 16th Street Mall is all Subway and McDonald's. So let's work together to do it. That's great that if we can have some flexibility, that would be awesome. So,
But there might be some property specific conditions of approval, which sounds like we couldn't touch if we wanted to. Or maybe
it's next door to like a residence, you know, we should be careful. The neighbors don't need to be kept up all night.
Yeah, I think we'll be working this through some.
okay. Do I have a vote or a motion?
Move to approve. This is Madeline Agramani. I'm awake.
Thank you.
Second.
Good. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Harrington.
Aye. I'm also awake.
Councilmember Agramonte.
Aye.
Councilmember Cook.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Henley.
Aye.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes, I am not.
Thank you. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, great. On to item 6.2. Consider and possibly take action. I can't read it because it's in this middle piece here on my agenda. Hold on. 6.2, consider and possibly take action to suspend Rosenberg's rules of order, requiring council members' motions to reconsider an item that was made, that was first voted upon in this. Wait, where does this say this? Anyway, it's the Broadway restriping request by myself. So do I have to present it? Is that how this works?
Well, you'll make comments in just a minute. Let me just give a little background, and then I'll turn it to Jeff to understand kind of the process, and then we'll turn it to you, Mayor Harvey, too, since you made the request for reconsideration. As council knows, on April 20th, we brought forward the question to you of did council want to make a recommendation regarding restriping and for Broadway before Caltrans does this work this coming year. Again, this is was a request to Caltrans. They get to decide what they want to do. After a robust conversation, there were 4 different kind of motions that occurred. We can talk through these in more detail if necessary, but there was a first motion, which was to create what I'll call a compromise solution, which was to basically take 1 lane, southbound lane from West Napa to France or Andrew. So we'd have 2 lanes going north, but for about 2.5 blocks or so, there would be 1 lane. That motion was carried by Mayor Harvey, Vice Mayor Hunley, and Councilmember Agramani voting yes, and Councilmember Harrington and Councilmember Cook voting no. There were 2 other votes then that were brought. The next vote was a motion by Mayor Harvey and seconded by Vice Mayor Hunley to support protected bike lanes along the entire stretch. And that motion failed with Agramonte, Harrington, and Cook voting no, and Harvey and Hunley voting yes. There was the next motion was put forth by Vice Mayor Hunley and seconded by Mayor Harvey to support the buffered lane proposal, and that was and that solution failed. Was voted no by Agramonte, Harrington, and Cook, and yes with Harvey and Hunley. Then the last motion was basically depending on if the compromise solution was not agreed to by Caltrans. There was a motion that was the kind of the backup, or if it wasn't technically feasible, the compromise solution, which was to leave Broadway as is. And that was a motion by Councilmember Harrington, supported by Councilmember Cook. And the motion carried yes, with Agramonte, Harrington, and Cook voting yes, and Harvey and Hunley voting no. So those were the actual directions and action and votes of the April 20th meeting. Based on that, staff moved forward to bring forward the compromise solution and look at the engineering. It was a feasible solution, and that information was put together and sent to Caltrans, and the information was put up on our website as well. So we do have a request from Mayor Harvey to have a reconsideration of Broadway restriping. There's a process legally that has to go through based on council policy in the Brown Act. So I'll turn it to Jeff first to outline that process, and then we'll go to Mayor Harvey.
Thank you. The council in 2011 adopted something called the Rosenberg's Rules of Order in place of the infamous Roberts Rules of Order. And these rules are attached to your packet, and they provide that in order for a motion to reconsider to be timely made, it must be made at the meeting where the main motion is acted upon or at the very next meeting of the council. Neither of those meetings had a motion for reconsideration agendized, or no such motion was made. Thus, at sitting here tonight, such a motion is untimely and would not be cognizable by this body. In order to allow such a motion to be made, the council must suspend its rules, and the Rosenberg's Rules of Order contemplate that suspension process. It requires a 2/3 vote or 4 of you to vote in favor of suspending the rules. That's the first order of business that must be addressed tonight. If there is no such motion to suspend the rules, or the motion fails, it does not secure 4 votes, then this item is closed for the evening and we move on to the next agenda item. However, if the council votes to suspend the rules by a 4/5 vote, then a council member who was in the majority of one of the 4 motions that Kathy outlined can move to reconsider the result of that motion. Mayor Harvey has indicated interest in reconsidering the items that were addressed back when this was last addressed by the council. And of the 4 motions that were acted upon, he was in a majority on one of them. And so he would have the authority to move to reconsider the motion that talked about reducing Broadway to 2 lanes between West Napa Street and France. He can make that motion, as can one of the other 2 council members who voted in favor of that motion. All members can participate in deciding whether to reconsider that item. It only requires a simple majority vote to succeed. And if it does succeed, that essentially wipes out that particular action of the council that took place on what day was that? April
20th.
April 20th. And the council is then free to take the 3rd action, which is to substitute that particular motion with some other motion. And that motion can be made by any member of the council and acted upon by a majority of the council. So that's the process tonight. The first question that needs to be addressed is whether you're going to suspend your rules. If you don't, by a 4/5 vote, then as I said before, this item is concluded.
Thank you, Jeff and Kathy. So the reason I'm asking to reconsider is we put out a survey and asked people to consider 3 different options. It was a 60-40 split in favor of making no changes to Broadway. In response to that, I tried to put forth and succeeded in putting forth a compromise solution that took into account 100% of the community, the 60% who wanted no changes and the 40% who wanted extreme changes to Broadway. The compromise solution kept 75% of the roadway exactly the same, maintained a 2-lane road the entire way from the high school down to the plaza, and made a change going away from the plaza. There was broad criticism of the fact that I would bring a compromise solution forward. And it was from both sides. People who were supportive of no changes being made were against the proposal because changes were made, and people who were supportive of extreme changes were against the proposal, were in favor of reducing 2 lanes of traffic, were against the proposal because it didn't do that. So it's clear that the community does not like a compromise solution. And so I'd rather remove that, even though I think, frankly, that Caltrans will do what they do. I think that this is providing a compromise solution that provides for ample bike lanes, which is their requirement and their mandate now, as they repave and restripe, would allow the community to choose. If we go with the standard option, I'm not sure what will happen, but I do not want to put something forward that the community feels was not considered, they were not noticed about, and they broadly do not like. So I would like to bring it forward for reconsideration.
Are we taking a public comment on it, or what's the?
I think we want to take public comment on each one of these steps. So let's take public comment on whether the rules should be suspended and then bring it back for action.
Okay. I see Matt Metzler going ahead.
Yeah, different thing. Anyway, yeah, I think it'd be really good for you guys to reopen this because I was very disappointed at the results of the survey. It was very unscientific, I thought, and I thought, frankly, a lot of the people who responded to the survey, a lot of the people who wrote letters to the editor were not bicyclists. I wonder if I was disappointed in the council that you guys never asked the people who did the survey if they had actually bicycled on Broadway. I bicycle on Broadway. The pavement is terrible. It needs to be fixed. And, you know, frankly, the First Street West.
Can I just ask a question real quick? I think we're only taking public comment on the issue of vote on reconsideration and not the entire issue, correct?
Council Member Harrington, as I'm hearing Mr. Metzler speak, I realize that it's likely that every speaker is going to speak to the merits of the compromise solution that Mayor Harvey wants to reconsider. I would recommend that we open it up to public hearing on all 3 of the items. Otherwise, we're going to have repetitive comments addressing each one of these 3 phases. I'd recommend that we open it up for comments on all 3 items. Once the public comment is concluded, we come back and the council address each in its turn.
Shouldn't we see if we're even going to have a reconsideration before we take comments on it?
In a perfect
people aren't
world,
going to
I
want to
agree
comment
with you on that. I just think that the public is going to have a very difficult time focusing in on the issue of suspending the rules. That's a pretty esoteric comment. Comments such as, well, I think Robert's Rules of Order are preferable, and this particular rule seems arcane. I think that kind of response, I think, is going to be difficult to elicit from the public. Just my thought. I leave it up to you, but.
Sure, it's obviously up to the mayor. I think we take a vote on the reconsideration to see if we're having it, and then have public comment on the merits of the matter. But
okay, that's whatever the mayor and the council wish.
It's up to Logan.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I'm happy to wait until we get to that point to have comments on the merits. I don't know how the rest of the council feels. It doesn't really matter that much to me. I don't think people are going to repeat their comments 3 times. And obviously, my comments were broad and sweeping and about the entire project rather than focused on reconsideration, right? So that's why this is happening.
Well, it's like a hoop. We have to go through reconsideration. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have to suspend the rules.
Well, I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules.
Well, we haven't closed public comment at this time.
So we're going to take public comment on everything before we know if we're going to discuss it?
Okay,
I think
we'll
the
keep
mayor could-
public comment focused on Rosenberg Rules of Order suspension. And so Matt, if you want to finish up your comments about Rosensberg rules.
I agree with the city attorney. I'll wait until you guys decide if you're even going to be discussing it.
Okay. And then
Sorry.
I've got, thank you, Matt. And then we have Tom Conlon for public comment. And again, focused on whether we should resuspend or not. Tom, we had you on the phone. Now you're muted. We got to unmute Tom.
I'm trying to unmute him. I can't.
Can't unmute Tom. Nobody can unmute
I can't.
Tom.
So weird. We could, Mayor Harvey, if you'd like, we could promote him to a panelist for his comments and see if that works.
That's fine, yeah. Is that, have we done that now?
It's not
Be
working.
right back. I have to charge my.
I think Tom needs to call in.
Yeah,
If
Tom,
Yeah,
that
we
works.
also need to move forward.
this is unreasonable.
Yeah, we had a working solution. Okay, let's get to the vote, and then if Tom has public comment afterwards, we'll do that. Is that acceptable, Jeff?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Public comment is closed. Do you have a motion for reconsideration? Oh, we gotta wait for Madeline to come back.
There's a motion to suspend the rules.
To suspend the rules.
Yes.
I'm making a motion to suspend the rules.
Second.
We gotta wait for Madeline.
Here I am. I'm sorry, I'm running out of juice here. What was the,
Motion has been made to suspend the rules.
And second.
who's doing, who has said that?
I did,
Amy
Amy.
moved, David seconded.
We're gonna, you will call. Councilman,
We can't hear you, Rebecca.
Can't hear you, but I think it's me. Yeah, aye.
Councilmember Agramonte,
So I haven't heard anybody, so I need to know what the votes are at this.
So right now, Amy has voted yes. The vote here is to suspend the rules, which would allow us to reconsider the item.
Do we have
You need a-
discussion on this
You need a
topic before we vote?
4/5 for that.
Oh, yeah, we have discussion. I'm sorry. Bring it back to council for discussion.
And you did a 4/5 for that, Jeff?
Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't seem to me that there's been any new information than what we had when we had the prior vote. So I don't particularly see why this needs to be, the rules need to be suspended at this moment.
Okay. Other council member comments? No? Okay. Go ahead, Amy.
Oh, do I need to make a new motion or you can just call for the roll call, I think?
Okay, roll call.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte,
Aye.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Henley,
No.
Mayor Harvey,
Yes.
motion carries 4-1.
Okay. Next is to consider and possibly take action to vote to reconsider the 2020 decision, April 20th, 2020 decision, restriping vote of Broadway. So this is that. So do we have to go to public comment on this?
Yes, this is the precedent you set. So this is a motion to reconsider. This is the motion to wipe out one or more of the actions that were taken on April 20. And this motion can only be made as each of these items or actions by a member of the majority.
Great. So I'm a member of the majority on the action. I would like to reconsider this item because both people who advocate cycling, we've had a number of public comments and letters to the editor and personal calls and emails from people who advocate cycling that do not like my compromise solution and prefer a different option. And we've had members of the public who did not support a change being fully against a compromise solution as well. So people do not want to compromise. So I don't think we should put it forward. I think we should represent a different solution. Has not been accepted broadly by the public, which is unfortunate. I supported it. I thought it was a good compromise, but it's not my decisions that rule the day. I think the community's comments and the views of the public should be respected. And I've heard a lot from all different corners of the community. People who support cycling only want to see the 3 lanes, and people who support no changes only want to see no changes. So that's what I've heard. So I would move to remove the compromise solution.
We need to open this up to public hearing as to whether they support or do not support reconsideration.
Oh, and there's council questions too, right?
Yes.
Okay. Move for public comment on whether or not you support the reconsideration.
Mayor Harvey, I believe we have Tom Conlon available now.
Okay, Tom.
Thank you, Council. Mayor Harvey, appreciate the opportunity to comment here. I was going to say earlier on the matter of reconsideration in general, we are setting precedent here by revisiting a decision. And while I agree that no one was satisfied with the first decision that was made on April 20th, it's your jobs as elected representatives to set the city's policy. It's not a good idea to pass, to do research, to do general plans, to do circulation elements, and then ignore that at the whim of a group of residents who really don't understand the issues as well as were understood when the plans were developed. And so for those reasons, I can imagine supporting a decision to revisit. However, it's bad precedent for the city to set policy and change it so quickly. So, and it's certainly bad policy when it's a matter of protecting ourselves from the future impacts of climate change. We are a city that's living through multiple instances of the effects of climate change, and yet we still can't seem to acknowledge that it's our driving habits that are creating the problem in the first place. So with those comments, I would suggest, honestly, I don't know what you guys are going to do, and I really don't have a specific recommendation. I think if you care about the climate, if you care about the future of life on Earth as we know it, you will approve the original plan that was presented by staff and your consultants. If you feel that you need to be responsive to a vocal, but I think small group of citizenry who don't understand the issues, then I think you would continue to support the status quo. That's my comment. Thank you.
Other members of the public would like to comment? Jennifer Palladini.
So I also have a comment I'd like to read again. It's a little confusing, so I'm not really sure exactly where to make my comment. So I'm just going to go ahead and make it now, if that's okay. So I bike in town. I bike a lot on my own as well as with my kids, and we would definitely bike more, but we don't because we don't feel safe doing that. I was also dismayed by a lot of what I read in the newspaper, that I should take alternate routes or stay off main roads. I'm not sure how I get to the place I'm going if it's on a main road without actually biking on a main road. Also, taking alternate routes on a bike means going blocks out of my way. And I can tell you from experience on a hot summer day with 2 tired kids, going that extra distance means we are likely to just get in the car the next time. I've also been told by police that if a street's unsafe, we should ride on the sidewalk, but this puts us into constant conflict with pedestrians, and we've been yelled at for doing that. I feel like the inaction by the city in providing adequate bike infrastructure puts bikers, many of whom are children, and pedestrians, many of whom are seniors, at risk and in constant conflict. I voted for each of you to make decisions about the issues that face our city by synthesizing your knowledge, input from experts, residences, businesses, nonprofits, our city goals. I didn't vote for you to make decisions based on the results of the survey. I feel like the city council should be considering the long history of community members advocating for safer bike and pedestrian infrastructure. Transportation came up as the second most mentioned concern in Sustainable Sonoma's listening sessions. Again, we talk about safe routes to schools. The bike ped plan talks about high speed of cars on the state highway, constraints that Caltrans, lack of city control over Caltrans. But now we have the chance to make these recommendations to make the road safer for bikers, and we're not doing that. Again, like Tom said, I'd echo the goals with sustainability. We have a sustainability coordinator. We've set goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Your own website advises residents to, quote, do more of your local travel by bicycle. All of this was discounted because of one survey, and I feel it was very poor decision making and poor leadership. I would bike a lot more if it was safer. I support a plan that's safe for bikes. If the compromise solution is what we get, it's better than what we have now. I'd like to think that we can do better, and I just hope that you guys will consider all of us, those of us who are biking, who are walking, our kids, and just keeping all of us safe out there on our streets. Thank you.
Jennifer, I have a question for you. Will I still be reading your son's email?
It's pretty late. I don't know if you need to or not. I guess he wanted to send that because he's seen a lot of these meetings with me, and I feel like the perspective of kids is often not heard, but they bike in Sonoma too, and their thoughts should be considered.
I think you should.
Okay.
So Tanya, did you want to read the letter, or do you want to do it after Matt's comments?
After Matt.
Okay, Matt, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to echo what Tom and Jennifer said. I think you think about kids, we're talking about going from, a lot of kids go from the high school in Adele Harrison to the plaza. And they're not going to go out of the way to take First Street West or Second Street East. They're going to go the most direct route. And we need a buffered bike lane on Broadway for both locals and for tourists coming from the MacArthur Place and from the Lodge. This is an opportunity for the city council to really make a statement and put Sonoma on the map as a bicycle-friendly city. We say we're a bicycle-friendly city. We've seen very few bicycle improvements in recent years. I feel very lucky that I'm a bicyclist because it's like the one recreational activity that one can still do when one's sheltering in place. And the number of bicycles that I have seen is really, it's like doubled, at least doubled or tripled since the lockdown. A lot of people, the bike shop is like it's like the one business in town that they're booming. It took me like 5 days to get a minor repair done because they were so booked up there. So there's a lot of predictions that a lot of this is going to be that we want to do everything we can to encourage people when this is over to not get back in their cars. And so I just really want to encourage the council to think about the future, think about the climate, think about our children and grandchildren when they're going to say, why didn't you do everything you can to reduce our dependence on internal combustion engine powered vehicles? So I just really wanted to encourage you in the strongest terms. We need a protected bike lane on Broadway. Thank you.
So we got Laura Havlick.
Pardon me, I'm continuing to struggle with technology. Am I unmuted now? Yes.
You are indeed.
I appreciate everyone's endurance and sense of humor, even at this late hour, and also that there are so many detailed compromises being worked out here. I worry about both keeping pedestrians and bicyclists safe, and I think that repaving Broadway goes a long way to improving that. As someone who loves to bike, and when our kids were little, one of the biggest challenges about Broadway was the texture of the road surface. And I appreciate your trying to come up with a compromise solution. And I'm sorry that this has been such a craziness. I worry about traffic coming into Sonoma and backing up, and thinking about this more deeply. Maybe that really was a good answer. I just haven't, I feel like a lot of people, well, maybe I shouldn't presume to speak for other people. I feel like we certainly have had 900% more information coming at us and more decisions than previously. And I think that's probably true for a lot of people, of saying, hey, perhaps if the compromise had been on the table, people would be more in favor of it. I feel like people's brains just freeze. That's it. I mean, I actually think that was a reasonable compromise. And thank you, and thank you all for still being here at 10 o'clock at night every Monday. Thanks, and that's it.
Latanya, did you want to read the letter? I don't think. Thank you, Laura. Latanya, did you want to read the letter? I hadn't heard any.
We actually have 5 emails in regards to this. Dear City Council members, here's a letter from me about biking on Broadway. This is from Kasim Palladini, Jennifer's son. Broadway is a big street for car traffic, and that's the reason that you don't see bikers. They're scared. I'm scared biking in my own town. Some people say go a different route, but if it's a hot day, it's miserable. Why can't the cars go a different route? Because you're in an air-conditioned car going fast. It doesn't make sense. And biking isn't always for fun. In fact, most biking is for transportation. I've been yelled at for riding on the sidewalk because the street isn't safe. Do you like going for walks? Making it better for biking means making it better for pedestrians too. I've tried biking on Highway 12, and that was the scariest part of my life. Biking is important because when you drive a gas-powered car, you're basically warming the planet you're living on. When you bike, you're helping improve air quality. I'm also a kid, so I can't drive a car, but I should be able to move around my town on my own safely. Kasim Palladino. And he's 10, by the way. We have an email from Paul Luca. I will spare you my thoughts regarding the wisdom of spending money on a traffic engineer and a survey and then disregarding both, and instead give you a few observations from a driver, cyclist, and pedestrian who has lived in Sonoma for more than 20 years. 1, increasing vehicular traffic density and congestion by decreasing the number of available lanes increases fuel consumption, thereby increasing CO2 emissions, which I am confident is not your goal. Number 2, the proposed compromise of eliminating one southbound lane starting at Napa Street will have a material and adverse effect on traffic flow at that key intersection. As currently configured, a car heading east and a car heading west on Napa Street and attempting to head south on Broadway can currently do so simultaneously after stopping at the stop signs, of course. Under the proposed compromise, these cars would be forced to alternate, not only slowing east-west traffic on Napa Street, but also delaying motorists heading north on Broadway and attempting to turn west onto Napa. Number 3, it has been suggested that adding a buffered bike lane on a short stretch of Broadway would somehow benefit pedestrians by reducing bicycle traffic on the sidewalks. If I'm not mistaken, it is illegal for an adult to ride a bicycle on the sidewalk, and I have never seen this occur. If this really was a problem, it would seem that education and enforcement would be the solution, not compromising the utility of Broadway for motorized vehicles, which is its primary purpose. 4, I put more miles on my bicycle than my car each year, and it would never occur to me to bicycle up or down Broadway, even though I live in the heart of town. I believe I can count on my fingers the number of bicycles I've seen on Broadway in the last 2 decades. While we certainly should encourage more use of bicycles, we should not be encouraging their use on Broadway. Number 5, finally, the best thing the town can do for the cyclists is to publicize the 3-foot rule. There are no signs in town making the public aware of this crucial and beneficial law, and it's obvious that the driving public is largely unaware of it. Thank you for your time and consideration, Paul Luca. The next is from Randy Cook. As we consider the Broadway restriping proposals, we should not just be thinking about ourselves, we should be thinking about the young because it is their street too. Even though they have very little say in what we decide, only a tiny fraction of survey respondents were under 30, a mere 7%. I'm over 60 like most of the survey respondents. We grew up in an era where the automobile was king and nobody took bicyclists and pedestrians seriously. That was an era when our current 5-lane Broadway street was designed. I can tell you that young people view the automobile very differently than we do. Many more of them would prefer to get around by other means when possible. They would like to make cycling and walking a big part of their way of life. If we older people take away their chance by locking in this old 5-lane system, it will be that much more difficult for them to transition to a cleaner, healthier, climate-friendly future. Don't take that future away from today's young people. Please vote for one of the 3-lane options. It's time for Sonoma drivers to share the road. Thank you, Randall Cook. The next is from Nick Dixon. Dear Council, thank you for the time to comment. I'm a supporter of keeping Broadway at 5 traffic lanes, as 61% of Sonoma citizens that were surveyed agreed with. While I have made several on-the-record comments at prior meetings, I wish to add new information to the council for consideration. Pedestrian crosswalk safety. The mayor in his letter to the paper highlighted pedestrian crosswalk safety. However, it was not mentioned that in the full Caltrans proposal, they have already committed to install the new high-intensity activated crosswalk systems at Patton, France, and Mallet Streets. Consequently, there is no need or advantage to the narrow 3 traffic lane system, as the Hawk system is specifically designed for wide multi-lane traffic systems. Bicycling. Like most Sonoma residents, I have been sheltered in place for the past 8 weeks and have plenty of time to ride my bicycle and observe bicycle traffic all around town. While there are hundreds of families, kids, avid cyclists, and recreationalists out there all over town, even with much reduced traffic, there is no one cycling Broadway. Even with the very few parked cars, there's basically a free 11-foot space for bicycles and still no one is using it. That's because cyclists use neighborhoods, the cross streets, or head for the countryside and hills. If schools were in session, the kids would be crossing town east and west routes. If tourists were here, they would get directed to follow the many bicycle path signs on 2nd Street, etc. Frankly, on my bicycle rides checking traffic, I felt much safer cycling on Broadway than on West Napa Street, 5th Street West, or North Highway 12. Mayor's alternate proposal. As with all last-minute proposals that have had no technical review, there are some issues with this 4-lane alternative on South Broadway. First, I believe it just complicates traffic patterns. Secondly, approaching the plaza from West Napa, there are 2 lanes, one straight, one right. Traffic in the right turn lane often makes a quick right without waiting for their turn at the plaza stop sign. Traffic from East Napa has only 1 lane approaching the plaza, and traffic turning left onto South Broadway will now only have 1 lane with the mayor's proposal and will interact with the quick turn right traffic at West Napa. Reducing Broadway here to 1 lane will cause significant potential or traffic interaction mix-up with cars as well as with pedestrians, causing unsafe conditions. Finally, this may be moot, but both the 2 new sketches shown in the mayor's alternate proposal have drawing errors in that they do not accurately reflect the 82-foot width of Broadway. I would respectively ask the council to move forward with the 5-lane proposal and move on to more critical COVID-19 items. Thank you. In Dixon, resident of Sonoma for more than 20 years. And we have Christopher Woodcock. Dear Sonoma City Council, I believe that the Broadway redesign to a 3-lane option offers the city many opportunities for improved safety and connectivity that were not acknowledged during the last council meeting on the topic of the Broadway redesign on April 20th. From a safety standpoint, the do nothing and leave it at is approach of leaving 5 travel lanes is totally unacceptable. It's dangerous from a traffic incident management point of view. Broadway is out of proportion for the city of Sonoma and is far too wide, and it only favors users in cars. Even in a car, it is difficult and dangerous to navigate, turning into and crossing over Broadway from east to west. My goal in writing this email is to emphasize that safety, continuity, and community should be prioritized over speed and efficiency and the impediment Broadway inflicts upon local traffic circulation. Broadway absolutely does not function for pedestrians or cyclists. It is oversized, out of proportion, as summed up in the engineering and traffic data provided by our local traffic engineer and Caltrans in the documents. Let's take this opportunity to consider the potential of Broadway as a natural north-south multimodal connector of the city, connector of the city. If the street was brought down to 3 lanes, it could spur more east-west connections and ease the connectivity and traffic within the city. Additionally, it is a natural connector to the county road network, including the Leveroni and Napa Road Class 2 bike routes, as well as providing a better option of connectivity to the Sonoma Valley High School, Adele Harrison, etc. Let's make roadways fit our town and connect things at a scale and size appropriate to our community. And above all, make it safe for all users, young and old, to feel safe walking, riding bikes, or driving cars on a roadway that is central to the city of Sonoma. Chris Woodcock. That was the last one.
Thank you very much, Latanya. I appreciate it.
No
Your
problem.
comments from council?
I have a comment. I'm going to support the reconsideration since we have to actually have a discussion after this on the merits of it. But I wanted to say, I think a lot of the public comments on this have been absolutely hideous. I think people have been really rude about the mayor. I think people have been nasty about people that don't support it. I think the general tone of the discussion has been appalling. And I think that we may disagree about whether there should be bike lanes or not. And I appreciate that people are passionate, but every single person on here cares about the city and has different opinions. And that doesn't mean that they're terrible people or that they're idiots or that they lack the ability to understand something fundamental. It means that they don't agree with your position. And so I support having this discussion again. I'm not really excited about having it at 10:22 at night, but I just hope that whatever the outcome is, that people can not be making personal attacks about other people who don't agree with your opinion, because I don't think it's deserved. And I think all the people here are well-meaning and trying their best. And it's funny, and I just go back to my degree is in political science. There are various approaches to being in political leadership, one of which is to do exactly what the voters want and however that's expressed and be a conduit for them, like a scrivener of them. And another is to try and come up with ideas that you think, should be implemented and go forward with those. There's a variety of approaches to leadership, which are well studied. And I just would appreciate if more respect was shown and less nastiness. And I hope that that's true, whatever the votes are by the public. I think a lot of the emails I received specifically aimed at Mayor Harvey were just awful. They were really, really nasty. And I am sorry that you had to receive those, and I hope they don't happen again.
Thank you, Amy. Other comments?
Go ahead,
Madeline, go ahead.
All right, well, first of all, I'd like to correct Tom Conlon. When I was mayor, I switched my vote on the dreaded ginkgo tree. For you who were around, you know that happened. I also wanted to make a comment on a couple of things. Unbeknownst to so many people, not even a bicyclist, but the edges of Broadway are so rough, I don't know what happened. They didn't pave the edges. We all know that now. The other thing is I've always walked, and everybody's walking, everybody's riding, but everybody's Fifth Street East, everybody is riding, walking down the middle. The reason people walk down the middle is there's not space to go on sidewalks, only for one person. You can't, walk with others. The other thing is that there are slopes at the edges of Fifth Street East. So there's a slope that goes into the curb. You can't walk there. And so, that's why people are riding in the middle of the street. It's kind of interesting, sometimes you just have to have an innovative thought. And I'm so used to people being angry with me historically that it's okay, because I know they'll love me on the next thing. So it's okay with me. But I just think what you came up with, Mr. Mayor, is that it was innovative. And what the heck, why not? We're on Zoom, aren't we? That's innovative. So, that's how I feel. Thanks.
Thanks, Madeline. Rachel, do you have a comment?
With regard to the reconsideration, as my first vote, it doesn't seem like anything new or new information has come up, so I don't really see the justification for having a reconsideration of this vote.
Well, I think that for me, the new information that's come up is I presented a compromise solution that I thought would work for cycling advocates and would also work for people that wanted no changes to Broadway. Like I said before, 75% of Broadway remained exactly the same, but safety for cyclists was improved. And I heard from not only a lot of members of the public on the cycling side that they preferred a 3-lane option and did not like the compromise solution. For members of council that supported the decision, that they were disappointed that we had not gone with a 3-lane option. And also for members of the public that they felt that their voice was completely silenced. And so it became clear to me that the only right way to go forward was to remove a creative compromise solution that I thought would help and improve safety on Broadway, because I agree with basically every comment that was made in terms of improving safety, improving pedestrian safety, allowing kids to ride from the high school and Adele Harrison down to the plaza, allowing tourists the space to ride from the hotels there down to the plaza, about climate change and the rest of it. I agree with them. But it's clear that my compromise solution is not enough on that side. And on the other side, I received aggressive, extremely angry phone calls, and members of council were berating the decision as well. And there was a lot of negativity around that and suggests that I was just ending the voice of the people. And frankly, I got on council for those. One of my principal reasons was to restore faith and trust in government, and that the opposite was the result for both sides. So for me, the perspective is that I don't support going with the standard, because I think there's a major problem with that. I think that we should be moving forward with bike lanes.
I think we're still on the reconsideration vote now, right?
Sure, but I'm allowed to speak. So I think that we need to remove the compromise solution because nobody likes it. And there's broad discontent around it. And so
3 people voted on it, so I'm just wondering about the reconsideration part.
Yeah, so we'll reconsider it. Okay.
And that's, yeah. Jeff, could you tell us what's necessary for the reconsideration? It's just a majority, is that right?
Yes, all it requires is somebody in the majority of the vote on April 20 regarding the compromise vote to move to reconsider. It needs to be seconded by anybody, and the entire council can vote, and it requires a simple majority to pass. If it passes, that decision then is wiped out. And you then have under the agenda a third opportunity here to debate this matter further and come up with a new proposal.
Great.
If you want to, you don't have to. You may not be able to muster a majority vote on some new proposal.
Great.
Bless you, Jeff.
Thank you. So I move to reconsider.
Second.
I have a second. Can David second?
David can second it.
Okay, great. And do a roll call vote.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte,
No.
Vice Mayor Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Henley,
No.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 3-2.
Okay. So on to number 3. Consider and possibly make action recommending to Caltrans is regarding the restriping and reconfiguration of Broadway. Do we need to review the options, or is council relatively aware of what the 3 options are?
I know what they are.
Okay, good. Do we have questions from council?
Not for me.
Okay. Great. We'll bring it out for public comment. I think we broadly heard from the public, but if people want to re-comment, they can.
Anyone can call in and tell them how they hated my Ginkgo vote.
Jennifer, go ahead.
I'll just reiterate again, protected bike lanes, either in a 3 or 4 lane. I just think protected bike lanes are the safest. And I'd like to see the council recommend one of the safest plans.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, seeing no more public comment, I'll bring it back to council. Great. Do we have council member comments?
Well, this is Madeline. Jeff, I think you said that we don't have to do anything. We don't have to move forward. Is that what you're suggesting? I mean, we can or we can't. We could provide some type of a plan or no.
Correct.
Well, thank you, Jeff.
Jeff, can I ask just a clarifying question? So we've reconsidered the compromise solution. So I guess I'm trying to understand that there was also a motion which was to leave it as is. Does that state, is that motion still there, or is everything like, I'm a little confused. I just want to make sure we're all clear on that.
That's the motion that remains, to leave it as is.
Okay.
And that's standard? Is that the word that?
Standard, yeah.
Okay.
Great.
I think since you brought it forward, Mayor Harvey, and no one else has indicated that they have a change in thought, maybe you want to.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I would still bring forward again the protected bike lane option for all the reasons discussed. I think that pedestrian safety, bicycle safety, providing safe route to school for kids are extremely important. I think respecting the general plan of the town is extremely important, and the general plan of the town calls for a road diet, a full 3-lane road diet. I think all of that is valuable. It's where we've said we put our values. It will allow for better bicycle transit throughout town. It will allow for safe routes to school for kids. I think it will allow for reduced climate emissions. And I think that our traffic studies are correct in that it will not create an excess amount of traffic. I respect that 60% of individuals have expressed a desire that this not go forward. But for me, I think that the 3-lane option is the ideal. And that's what we've heard from biking advocates. And there's broadly, people do not support a creative solution or a different solution to be brought forward. So the only thing that I would support is something that was already studied by the community, which is a 3-lane protected bikeway, the length of Broadway. Frankly, actually, I would rather see a buffer, just because speaking to most cyclists, they're afraid of the protected, and I've heard a lot of concerns about cars parking in bikeways. So I would make a motion for a 3-lane buffered bike lane.
Mr. Mayor, this is Jeff. Two motions were also made that failed on the 20th. One was made by you, seconded by Vice Mayor Hunley, to support protected bike lanes along the entire stretch.
Sure.
The second motion was to support actual true buffered lanes from West Napa Street to France at the approach to City Hall. That also failed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I am aware. I'd like to remake that motion.
You cannot do those. Those motions are fixed. Those failed motions were fixed. The folks who voted against those do have the power to move to reconsider them if they wish.
Oh, the majority. Okay.
Majority. You were not part of the majority of those two motions, and thus you cannot make them again.
And there we are.
So this is why I've been confused about what this entire process is about. So the only option on the table is the one vote for the compromise, and basically either take it away or keep it, because all of the other options were already explored. So all of this today is all about whether we're going to keep the compromise on the table or get rid of it. And if we get rid of it, the only thing that's left was the other motion that passed before, which was the 3 that voted for keeping things the same. So like, what are we doing?
So we're removing the compromise solution because broadly on both sides of the aisle, there wasn't support. And
they're saying that that nothing is better than something.
Well, that was communicated directly to me from you after that vote, that you felt that was bad.
No. You want to talk about what it communicated with you about? It was about the fact that you talk about riding bikes all the time, and you had a chance to do something that was truly visionary for the community and do something correctly. But as for this moment in time, right now, are we just going to throw away the compromise and just let it default to keeping things the same? Because that seems to be the only option that we have before us. Because I don't understand why we're hearing about how you feel about progressive bike lanes, because that's not on the table right now.
Well, it wasn't on the table at the previous meeting either, and the compromise solution wasn't approved. That people didn't like it. So I don't think
we voted for a compromise. It has passed. The only way it would not pass is if we undo it right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's already been undone.
Yeah, it's been undone.
So
great. So where do we go from here?
It's over then. I mean,
well, we had a motion for reconsideration, so now we're reconsidering, but like, why?
We're removing an option that got no support. We got 3 votes on council, but there was broadly a lot of anger in the community that there was a undiscovered, unspoke about option that was brought forward, both by cyclists who didn't want to see anything but the 3 lanes that they voted for, and by people who wanted to see things remain the same. And so I agree broadly that the proposal that I put forward, it was unfair to the community that they did not have time to study the option and to look at it and to consider it. I agree that a 3-lane bike lane would be a better solution. So as a result, I don't think it's appropriate to put forward I've reconsidered that motion after taking a lot of feedback from the community. And especially when the community felt like they couldn't comment on a new option, I felt like it was inappropriate for me to bring forward that compromise solution. Obviously, because when I did, everybody really felt that was wrong and that I should have For cyclists, they felt that I should have pushed for a big, a bolder 3-lane solution, which I did and voted for, but it failed. And on the other side, they felt that it was inappropriate for me to bring forward a solution that hadn't been studied. And so, frankly, I think that not doing a compromise, I think there are some problems there that people aren't aware of. I think Caltrans will do what they will with the standard option. It doesn't provide room for bike lanes, and we're losing a lot of local control there. And our power to say, no, we are going to respect the state's desire for a longer term mandate. We are going to respect the state's desire for bike lanes and the directive that Caltrans has. And we're going to put forward this compromise solution that respects 100% of the community. But the community didn't support it. And so these decisions aren't about me and about what I feel. These decisions are about the community and what they feel. And the community on both sides of the aisle did not support the compromise.
So I had a comment that I wanted to make. I just figured that we were going through this process to get to like another vote, but it doesn't sound like there's going to be another vote. Can I give my comment?
What's that? There can't be unless Madeline or David or Amy bring up the other votes for reconsideration.
Well, then why did we reconsider it?
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I think that we're on the topic of the topic has been brought like denote.
You can't make a new motion.
She can speak without there being a motion because there's an item in front of us, and then usually we would have comments and then someone would make a motion after comments. So I think she can. She could address the topic, which is the options, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the topic is the options. I don't see why we can't, even if we're in council and a meeting and an option failed, you could bring that motion forward again.
All right. Well, maybe some things could come out of this. No, I just figured that this was all directed towards some sort of replacement solution to the thing that was reconsidered. But just a few general points I wanted to throw out into the ether. The first was that, a lot of discussion about this survey, which, for government surveys, it actually did have an impressive participation to it. But I don't feel like I need to bring up why an internet survey is not statistically sound or scientific. And I find it interesting. One of the things that I looked at when I was interpreting the data was that, and ironically afterwards, when the data of the survey was, held up so high, was that the traffic engineers also use data to determine things about traffic impacts of closing lanes. And so that's data. And so comparing, and a lot of the survey results in the comments, it seemed like people just assumed that there was going to be traffic impacts that were adverse to what the traffic engineer data said. So when I look at two data sets, one is internet survey, one is something that traffic engineers have done based on their statistical models, I kind of tend to believe the traffic engineers. And so when I was looking at the data results, one, that it didn't actually come out and say what everyone says it did. It was 60% didn't say do nothing. 60% said standard bike lanes, which would even be changing the lanes in and of themselves because they have to become narrower to accommodate them. So that's my thought about internet surveys. And also just that people don't elect people to govern by internet surveys. They elect them to be leaders because they like their vision. And so this step tonight, the compromise, I didn't think it was that great, but it was certainly better than nothing. And if you look at our general plan, if you look at the circulation element, if you look at years of discussion about a road diet, about this exact intersection, that there has been a vision about this road. And this would have helped years of discussions and vision for this road. So it's, to me, it just feels like at the end of the day that this council is wholly lacking in future forward-looking visions. And this was something that's not just about people today, it's about people in the future. And building a better future, it's about having a plan, and it's a long-term plan, and it's about making decisions and individual votes that support the plan that you want. And so this was a gift on a platter to the city of something that would line up with all of these things we've been talking about for so many years, and all of these things that many of us have talked about, and we just let it pass us by. So, I mean, I'm sure in the future we're going to have discussions about how we can care about pedestrian safety, and we care about the city being bicycle friendly, and we want people to live and walk to work and all these things. But at the end of the day, if you're not making votes that follow up what you're saying, then it's just all platitudes. So like this entire exercise has taken 45 minutes, and all it's done is undid something that at least was a half solution.
Thank you, Rachel. Any other comments? Yeah, great. Well, I appreciate everybody's time. I think, I agree. There's been a longstanding push for this 3-lane solution, and I supported that and wanted to go forward with it. And there was not support for it. Went for a compromise solution, and it was derided as something that was unacceptable broadly throughout the community by members of the council as well as the overall community. And so I don't want to put forward a solution that everybody hates. And so that's kind of the end of it. There is for me, it's about, I thought a compromise solution would be acceptable. I thought taking good elements of, especially when we could not get support for a solution that was more extreme, that was removing bike lanes, that was consistent with our general plan. We could not get support for that. So I thought a compromise solution was successful, but was a good idea. But
we did not talk about the full solutions until after you presented your plan. We talked about your plan first. It was voted on first, and then we talked about the full solution. So they weren't rejected first. You came out the gate with your compromise. So that's not what happened.
Oh, 3 members of council, and this is probably an offline conversation, but 3 members of council had expressed that they would not vote for removing 2 lanes of Broadway prior to me saying anything. I listened to everybody's comments, and Madeline said that she wouldn't support a 3-lane solution after David and Amy had said that as well. So there was no way that it would work.
That is not what happened at the meeting.
You can watch the tape.
It was at the meeting.
Okay. So anyway, we are where we are now, and we'll move forward. So there's nothing else on this item, and I guess we'll go ahead and consider this closed.
So
we're on item 6.5. Can we kick this to the next day?
So we have 2 items left, council. I think we can go through these fairly quickly, honestly. The first one, I know you've read the staff report. This is the CIP. There is some time sensitivity issue on this one because we have a vendor that's currently doing work that we want to try. If you are supportive, we would do that. And then the 1920, we'd like to get that done. You have talked about this at a prior budget workshop, but I also understand the lateness of the hour. If that needed to get pushed to the 27th, but the CIP one we should try to do tonight, and I think Colleen could do very briefly.
My car is parked in a parking garage in the Civic Center, and I'm here alone, and I'm very frightened now. It's almost 11 p.m. and there's like a lot of noise outside, so I'm very concerned about. I mean, I'm sure I'll live, but it's not ideal. That's what you get for taking the photo mirror. But anyway, what is the amount of time that you think this will take?
I think the CIP could be literally no more than under 10 minutes, 5 minutes. And then we could take the other one we could bring back on the 27th.
Is the other one 7-1? No.
Sorry, the other one is so we got 2 items. We got some changes to capital that Colleen Ferguson, our public works director, can do briefly. I know I talked with each of you about it today. So I think that one can be done very briefly, but there is an opportunity to leverage there. And then also, the next one is the 1920. which we talked about at a budget work session. If we waited, we have a general strategy of what we're going to do there to make reductions for this year. We could bring that back on the 27th when we do the cannabis and just start with that. So pleasure the council, but I think we get through the CIP in about 5 minutes if we could let Colleen briefly, and she will not do a PowerPoint. She will briefly go through just a quick verbal overview. And I know you've each read the staff report.
I mean, I'd stick it out just to power through. We'd have to come back together anyway. But I don't know, Amy, could you like take the meeting on your phone to go, and then we can make sure nothing bad happens to you?
Make sure you're
I
safe
can.
there.
I can. I thought about that. I was like, oh, I don't know, is that acceptable?
Is that acceptable, Jeff?
I mean,
Jeff, can Amy walk and listen to the meeting and
well, you don't have
then
to publish
participate?
where you are these days, so she could be anywhere.
And she doesn't have to have her
I
camera on.
don't see a problem with it. We'll understand that she's gone.
All right.
We won't see her visually, but if she's participating, listening, and comment, I don't see a problem with that.
Okay, well, that solves my problem of having to be on the phone with somebody while I go to the parking garage.
Yeah, well, that's where we needed to do that anyway.
Thank you. Thank you, Rachel.
Now you have like 20 people making sure you're safe.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, Colleen, do you want to start, please?
Sure. I think, Council, you've all read the staff report. There's three main things that we're dealing with here. One is that we have less revenue coming into the CIP. We know that from gas taxes, both the regular gas tax and the SB1 gas tax, as well as sales tax that all help fund the CIP. We know we have to reduce general fund expenditures overall, including general fund for CIP projects, which will be the subject of another council item later, but there's 300,000 we could reduce in CIP expenditures from the general fund, and so this is part of that. And we also have a slurry sale contract that has been awarded that gives us an opportunity to do more with our slurry sale contract now and get some immediate benefits on Fifth Street West versus working on and spending more money on a grant application to maybe do something in the future on Fifth Street West to improve safety.
I'm sorry, is this 6.5? I'm sorry.
6.4, Madeline.
All right.
Councilmember Agamonte, 6.4.
So what this item does is propose shifting funds that are available in the CIP and reducing funds in the budget for CIP projects because we know we're going to get less revenue due to the pandemic. So this has three reductions in revenue to the CIP for gas taxes, for SB1 Road Maintenance Rehabilitation Act gas taxes, and also for Transportation Measure M funds, which are from sales tax. So there's dollar amounts of reductions in revenue for those three items. And then it's shifting the budget that we do have that's not general fund to move funds into the slurry seal so that we can do some slurry seal from Anderix to Studley and refresh the pavement markings and the signage in that stretch of Fifth Street West to provide immediate safety benefits to the public. It allocates Measure M dollars to the Depot Park First Street West frontage, which has gotten to be way more complicated than we thought it would be going in. We need to get permits. We have to have plans and specs, put a project out to bid, award a contract, and have a contractor do improvements there. And then also set some money aside for future next summer replacement of the failing bridge at Chase Street at Nathanson Creek. And that defers the pavement rehabilitation of 7th Street West, which is a shovel-ready infrastructure stimulus project if that comes about, and takes away that grant application on Fifth Street West in lieu of immediate improvements on Fifth Street West with the slurry seal. So that's what you need to know about it, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions of council?
No.
Seeing none, we'll bring it out to the public. Seeing no one wants to comment, bring it back to the council. Councilmember comments.
I appreciate Colleen's thoughtfulness in all of this, and I will be supporting it.
Likewise.
Okay. So we have a motion.
Motion to
Move to
approve.
approve. Oh, second. Oh, so David second.
Rachel and I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Hunley and Councilmember Cook.
Cook.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead, roll call vote.
Councilmember Harrington.
Aye.
She's still there.
Councilmember Agramonte.
Aye.
Councilmember Cook.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hunley.
Aye.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
6.5.
Great. So council, the last item, if we could try to power through, I think we can be brief also. This is and I'll ask Assistant City Manager Sue Casey, who oversees our finance. This is to basically make adjustments to the 1920 appropriations due to the reduction in revenue. And we did talk about this at a budget work session. Staff has continued to kind of refine some of the reductions. So we'll turn it with Sue to give you a brief overview, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Harvey and council members. As Kathy said, tonight we're presenting a budget to actual report through April 30th, and then a forecast to fiscal year 19-20 year end. And then in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and related financial crisis, we're asking council to consider a resolution adjusting several fiscal year 19-20 appropriations, and in addition, some 19-20 mid-year budget adjustments. So the final budget for fiscal year was adopted on June 17th, 2019. And then on March 19th, March 12th, 2020, the City Council issued a proclamation of a local emergency in response to the global health crisis and pandemic brought on by COVID-19. On March 13th, 2020, the County of Sonoma declared a local public health emergency and subsequently ordered a shelter in place. And then this restricted most activities, travel, governmental and business functions throughout the county. So the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the resulting response to slow the spread of the disease has greatly impacted business and tourism activities in the city, as we all know. And just to be clear, the full financial impact of the shelter in place is not known at this time, as there's so many unknown variables. However, we do know that two of the city's major revenues have been greatly affected by the shelter in place, and those are transient occupancy tax, or TOT, and sales tax. And TOT comprises 24% of the general fund revenues, and the combined sales tax, which is regular sales tax, and the Measure J half-cent sales tax comprises 30%. So the first 3 quarters of fiscal year 19-20 saw both sales tax and TOT coming in as budgeted. And then in the fourth quarter, these rapid declines or the shelter in place caused rapid declines in both of these important revenue sources. So TOT we're projecting it to have a shortfall of 1.6 million, and this is because there was very little revenue in March, and we're projecting no revenue in April, May, or June. So the general fund budget to actual report through April 30th, with an estimate to close as of June 30 is in attachment A. And I won't go over all the major revenue sources in detail because the report details it pretty well. We have mid-year budget revenue decrease adjustments that total 2.3 million for sales tax and TOT, and those are listed in attachment B. And then the city manager is requesting a variety of expenditure reductions totaling 1.1 million to assist in the final balancing of the fiscal year 1920 budget. And those are detailed in attachment B. Let's see, general fund reserves at June 30, 2020, we're projecting to be at about 10.9 million or 50% of the annual fiscal year 1920 budgeted expenditures. And of those reserves, 1.5 million is committed for emergency reserve and 3.4 million is committed for operating reserve. And the purpose of the emergency reserve is to provide resources in a local or catastrophic event to backfill revenue loss or pay for expenses. And to date, the city has spent approximately 70,000 on the pandemic emergency. Then the purpose of the general fund operating reserve is to provide funding while evaluating alternatives in the event of financial hardships, to provide resources in times of economic uncertainties, and to provide funding due to unexpected expenditures and or reductions in revenue. So we're still estimating, we are estimating that the city will need to use approximately 1.2 million of the committed operating reserve to balance the fiscal year 1920 budget shortfall. Also, to assist in balancing the fiscal year 1920 budget, at mid-year, the city manager is recommending several expenditures that are listed in attachment B be deleted or deferred and rebudgeted at a later date to offset the projected shortfall in revenue. And then we'll be bringing these deleted items back to City Council for consideration with the fiscal year 2021 budget. The attached resolution approving mid-year budget adjustments are detailed in attachment B. I just wanted to mention that we'll be bringing a much more detailed 5-year forecast to council for review. And I'm not sure if it's the next meeting. I think it's the next meeting or the one after that. And staff is requesting council adopt a resolution adjusting the fiscal year 1920 appropriations in response to the COVID-19 pandemic and related financial crisis and other fiscal year 1920 mid-year budget adjustments. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions of council?
None.
None? Okay, bring it out for public comment. Seeing none. Bring it back to council. Comments from council?
I have one comment.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, on the budget adjustment, there are specific projects which aren't going to be completed by the end of this fiscal year, but in the right-hand column of the attachment, it shows new dates for completion, some of which are 2022. And I just want to say, I recognize that those projects won't get done this year, but I think it's a council policy decision about whether we take them up next year or not. And so I do support the things that are happening, but I don't support the council projects being slated for 2 years out without a discussion about it prior to that time.
And just if I can respond briefly, we understand. I can appreciate that. What those were kind of some initial ideas. I don't see council taking policy direction on that. And for the final, if council is comfortable, we can strip out the dates on the attachment. We will be bringing all those items back to you for you to look at kind of reprogramming and when you determine your priorities for this next 2021 fiscal year. So if that's the pleasure of the council, we can strip off those kind of staff recommended dates, initial thoughts.
Comments on that? Do we want to strip off the dates?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're not talking about Newcomb, right? No.
No, these were some of the projects. These were some small projects that were kind of one-time money projects that we're not getting to this year because of, for example, a citywide fee study and charging stations, historic railroad, and staff had put some dates of when those might be reprogrammed. That is clearly a policy call. You will be making those priorities with part of budget. So, happy to kind of take those dates off so that you're not approving those dates, because the reality, I think, that is going to be a conversation we'll look at 2021. So I would actually offer that recommendation that we remove those at this time, so there's not confusion for any member of the public or council looking back. So
I wanted to let the mayor know that Newcomb Bridge was supported by SCTA. That's where some of the funding came from.
Very
So
good.
it's a wonderful project, I think, just for kids to come across town and they don't have to, throw their bikes over a fence or anything going through the creek. So it's a good project.
Great.
I'll make a motion for the resolution without the dates.
Yeah, on the date front, I just wouldn't want them to get lost. So as long as at some point they will definitely all come back, and then we will be able.
They will. We
talk
have
about
them.
them.
We have they're kind of on the 2021 kind of list. So we will make sure that they come back before you and you can look at programming.
Has anyone seconded it yet?
No, there's no second yet.
I will do that.
You can. Oh, okay.
Roll call vote.
Councilmember Harrington,
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte,
Aye.
Councilmember Cook,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Henley,
Aye.
Mayor Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
All right. On to council members and reports.
Nothing for me.
Nothing from me. Anybody?
Nothing.
Council member report? City manager?
Just a brief update. We posted today the results of the cannabis step 1 and step 2 of the initial review process. So the scores and the top 5 are listed on our website for anyone who's interested. And again, we'll be coming to council on May 27th for the council to hear from the top 5, and then we'll come back on June 8th for any appeals and for council to make the final decision of who you want to move forward into the site selection process. So that's it. Thank you, Mayor Harvey.
Thank you.
Oh, I forgot the Heart of Sonoma installation in front of the plaza is going up tomorrow at 1 p.m. and it's going to be beautiful. And one of the signs is going to have a lot of words on it. Those words were selected by members of city staff.
City attorney? Cool. All right. Meeting is adjourned.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Rebecca, Kathy.